Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on the Committee on General Welfare. At this time, please silence all electronics and do not approach the dais. I repeat, please do not approach the dais. If you are testifying today, make sure you have filled out a slip with the Sergeant at Arms in the reception area. Chair Ayala, you may begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Ayala, and I am the Deputy Speaker of the New York City Council and the Chair of the General Welfare Committee. We are here today to hold an oversight hearing on the administration of the city's City FEPS program. We are also hearing several bills. Intro 1366, sponsored by Councilmember Yusuf Salam. Intro 1430, sponsored by Councilmember Tiffany Caban. And intros 1458, 1459, and 1477, sponsored by Councilmember Gail Brewer. All of these bills are related to making the application process for benefits, including rental assistance vouchers, easier to navigate and more transparent. The sponsors will be speaking in further detail about their bills shortly, hopefully. As this will likely be our committee's last oversight hearing this legislative session, I can think of no more important topic than City FEPS to close off the session. It is no surprise that affordable housing is at the top of the list of issues New Yorkers struggle with. Our homelessness crisis is ballooning. As policymakers, we need to be thoughtful about our approach to support those who are at risk of homelessness and experiencing homelessness. To our outgoing mayor, that does not mean that we put forward every possible roadblock that our partners in government make to strengthen the social safety net. What it means is working together. The city has a long history of developing housing voucher programs to support New Yorkers into stable, permanent housing. In 2018, then Mayor de Blasio consolidated several such voucher programs to create what is now known as the City FEPS program. City FEPS assists households in the community who are at risk of homelessness or are referred by specific city agencies to avert the need to enter the shelter system. City FEPS also helps households who are already in the city's shelter system to obtain permanent housing. This program not only provides individuals with vital resources to secure housing, but also provides individuals the opportunity to work with specialists after securing housing to ensure that the housing is maintained and that they do not enter back into homelessness or become at risk of eviction. Housing vouchers have proven to be an effective solution to addressing homelessness and affordability. Rental assistance programs in fiscal year 2025 assisted 14,065 households or 30,777 individuals in New York City through April of this year. 87.4 of those were with City FEPS vouchers. While City FEPS has the potential to serve as a sustainable solution to the economic crisis households and individuals continue to experience in New York City, it is undeniable that there are practical challenges. We have heard that voucher programs, including City FEPS, can be plagued with administrative issues, delays, and complications such as source of income discrimination that make the voucher difficult to access and use. The General Welfare Committee hopes that this hearing can provide a forum to understand the administration of the City FEPS voucher program, including successes, obstacles, and lessons learned. We recognize that several improvements have been made to the administration of this program in recent years, and we also celebrate those improvements. We look forward to hearing from representatives of the administration about the administration of the City FEPS program, including current data on how the program is benefiting New Yorkers and where the potential pitfalls lie in ensuring that is effectively and efficiently implemented. Separately but relatedly, we recognize that the City FEPS program continues to be the subject of ongoing litigation. We are here today not to discuss the litigation, but to rather understand the way the program is being implemented and has been implemented since before the City Council passed the legislation that is subject to ongoing litigation. We thank members of the administration for speaking to these issues today. I also want to thank the advocates and the individuals who are here today that can speak to their direct experiences with City FEPS. We also will be hearing from several voucher holders today, and I encourage members of the administration to remain in the room to hear their testimony. And finally, I want to thank the General Welfare Committee who helped to prepare this hearing and all hearings. They are a fantastic crew, and I have been very humbled and proud to work alongside them. They have become family and have made this experience so unforgettable. So thank you guys. You can give them a little round of applause. Maybe. Aminta Kilawan, Senior Counsel, Nina Rosenberg, Senior Policy Analyst, Justin Campos, Policy Analyst, Julia Haramis, Unit Head, Faria Rahman, Finance Analyst, Elizabeth Childers Garcia, Finance Analyst, and finally my staff, Elsie Encarnacion, Chief of Staff. I don't, oh, Councilmember Salam. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Salam to give remarks on his bill.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Ayala, for bringing my bill intro 1366 to a vote today. And my sincere thanks to our committee staff, to all my colleagues who have co-sponsored this legislation, and to my Budget and Legislative Director, Mufasa Hussein, for his leadership and thoughtful brainstorming in shaping this bill. Intro 1366 is about something very simple, but deeply impactful: accessibility. For too long, applying for benefits and services has required children, older adults, and people with disabilities to make repeated trips to DSS and HRA centers, or to navigate the slow and uncertain process of mailing forms back and forth. For many families, that means taking time off from work, securing transportation, arranging childcare, or physically enduring the process that should not be so demanding. What this bill does is bring our benefits system into the 21st century. It requires the department to create web-based application forms mirroring paper applications, interactive, accessible, and complementable from the comfort of one's own home. Whether you are a caregiver applying on behalf of a child, an older adult with mobility challenges, or a disabled New Yorker who simply cannot stand in line for hours, this bill makes it possible to apply with ease, independence, and safety. And importantly, we are not removing any existing options. Paper applications, mailed forms, fax forms, and in-person submissions will all remain in place. What we are doing is adding an additional pathway, an option that expands access rather than restricts it. Our social safety net should not be difficult to reach. With this bill, we make it more humane, more efficient, and more equitable for New Yorkers who rely on it the most. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we move on to Councilmember Brewer to give remarks on her bills, I want to recognize that we've also been joined by Councilmembers Osei and Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for all your leadership on city FEPS. And I have three bills. 1458 streamlines inspections. I know we've all had individuals who contacted our office because a missing fire escape, a dirty stove, they're all treated the same. They trigger a full reinspection, delaying the move-ins. Sometimes owners say, goodbye, I'm not renting. It establishes clear standards that distinguish major safety hazards from minor issues, allowing small repairs to be fixed or on site or through an online portal so it doesn't delay the rental. This cuts down unnecessary re-inspections and clears apartments faster so that move-in can take place. Intro 1477, 15-day application response. Families can't wait forever, weeks, months, to find out whether their application is approved. That uncertainty leads to missed opportunities and extended shelter time. It requires the Department of Social Services to respond within 15 days, whether it's an approval, a denial, or where are your missing documents. This brings predictability, and fairness to a system that impacts some of our most vulnerable households. And finally, 1459, transparency on lease up time. As you know, I'm a huge data nut. We can't fix what we don't measure. This intro mandates annual reporting on lease up times, how long it actually takes for a family to go from voucher to keys. It'll identify bottlenecks and help us to hold the city accountable. I hate asking more work on behalf of DSS, but this, I think, lease up time will give us the data we need. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And seeing no other members, I would now like to turn it over to our Committee Councilman Kilawan to swear in the members of the administration.
Good morning, everyone. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Andrea Reed. Thank you. Christopher Gonzalez.
I do.
Thank you. And Risa Henderson.
I do.
Thank you all so much, and you may begin when ready.
Good morning, Deputy Speaker Ayala and the members of the Committee on General Welfare. My name is Risa Henderson, and I serve as the Chief Housing Officer at the Human Resources Administration, HRA. Joining me today are Christopher Gonzalez, Chief Strategy Officer at the Department of Social Services, DSS, and Andrea Reed, Executive Deputy Commissioner of Housing Services Administration at HRA. Thank you for holding today's hearing on the CityFEPS program. CityFEPS is a city fighting homelessness and eviction prevention supplement. Today, CityFEPS is the second largest rental subsidy program in the nation. More than 60,000 households, made up of more than 136,000 New Yorkers, are using CityFEPS to support their housing needs. Eligibility for CityFEPS depends on a variety of criteria, including household income, housing situation, and history of homelessness. CityFEPS is one component of a larger strategy to provide an integrated continuum of client services and a path to sustainability for low-income New Yorkers. We continue to see that path as rooted in three pillars. 1, streamlining access to social services. 2, addressing homelessness and housing instability. And 3, creating economic stability. Though our focus today is on CityFEPS, I do want to highlight our vision placing CityFEPS in a broader context in assisting the more than 3 million New Yorkers we serve. In addition to CityFEPS, the New York State Family Homelessness and Eviction Prevention Supplement, StateFEPS, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, also known as Section 8, and the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, HPD, and the New York City Housing Authority, NYCHA Housing, all serve as important tools in providing crucial aid and support to New Yorkers. In the broader policy context, it is also important to recognize that other levels of government share the responsibility to devote resources to support housing stability broadly and through rental assistance in particular. As Commissioner Park has related to the Council, we underscore the need for further investment by our New York State and federal government partners. Their shared investment in housing subsidies is essential to ensuring New Yorkers at risk of housing instability receive as many resources as possible. DSS has done significant work to strengthen CityFEPS, but it is also important to note that this work is happening in a context that presents numerous ongoing challenges. The New York City vacancy rate of 1.4% is the lowest since 1968. Furthermore, the vacancy rate is lower than 1.4% for affordable rental units. For households searching for units under $1,100, the vacancy rate was 0.39%. Those vacancy rates make it extremely difficult to secure affordable housing, even with a voucher. We recognize the urgent need to sustain efforts on the housing supply side of the challenge. Even as a record number of New Yorkers are using CityFEPS to pay their rent, there are more than 10,000 households with CityFEPS vouchers in shelter looking for housing. In the face of these challenges, the city and DSS continue to innovate and partner with city agencies in mobilizing resources to assist our clients. Despite the challenges, our city's investment in rental assistance has proven successful. FY24 saw over 12,000 households permanently housed through CityFEPS. FY25 saw 15,000 households permanently housed with CityFEPS. Counting by households served since FY22, CityFEPS has seen more than 200% growth in the program. During the Adams administration, the program has grown even more rapidly with a 120% increase in the number of households using the voucher and nearly five-fold increase in funding from the program. FY21 at $253 million to FY25 at $1.1 billion. In FY25, CityFEPS continued to be the primary driver for shelter move-outs, accounting for 2/3 of subsidized exits. In sum, CityFEPS continues to be the most valuable, beneficial, and significant resource supporting shelter move-outs. CityFEPS outcomes serve as a testament to the steps forward that DSS has taken in expanding access to city FEPs and expediting the process of vouchers by streamlining systems, strengthening oversight, and implementing a technological overhaul to enhance efficiencies. The average days from submission to approval has come down from a high of 33 days during 2024 to a recent low of around 23 days, which represents a decline of 33%. This progress has been the result of deliberate, intentional work. For example, we established a concierge unit as a pilot program in the last year. The concierge unit focuses on working with shelters to assist in meeting move-out goals. The team engages with providers both on-site and off-site to share resources and best practices in the rehousing process. Sending support staff to shelters and providing concierge support has yielded promising results thus far, with the first 2 cohorts of participating shelters showing increases in subsidized exits. In the first 2 cohorts, we saw an improvement in total placements for a majority of shelters that participated in the program. We aim to strengthen the unit in the future. With regard to the clearance process, which looks at administrative records, example deeds and violations, in advance of a package being processed, we have taken steps to make this component of the larger process move more quickly. For example, instead of simply failing offers that have incorrect owner information, we can now provide the correct information to the submitter and offer guidance. Through taking various measures to further automate the clearance process and linking the process to tools like HPD Online, we have made progress in expediting this step in the larger workflow. Another area we further refine with an eye towards expediting the process is processing cash assistance applications for city FEPs. Previously, a household receiving cash assistance would have their city FEPs application sent for rebudgeting. That is processing and examination of household income information, for example, pay stubs, potentially serving as a site of delay. Now we are able to use the New York State Welfare Management System, WMS, and need not rebudget cash assistance cases. Cumulatively, taking steps like bolstering providers' capacity to engage the system with a concierge unit, streamlining the clearance process, and taking advantage of WMS where practicable results in fewer obstacles delaying the overall process timeline. Home base serves as a key pathway for access to city FEPs in the community. HRA oversees 26 home base sites across the 5 boroughs. The home base program provides various homelessness prevention services as well as aftercare support services to families and individuals exiting shelter and moving to permanent housing. New Yorkers may be eligible for home base if they are at imminent risk of entering the New York City shelter system, are low income, and want to remain stably housed in their community. Once in the program, dedicated home-based staff are available in each borough to evaluate a household's specific needs and offer supports, such as services to prevent eviction, assistance obtaining public benefits, emergency rental assistance, utilities and rent payments, support to address arrears, short-term financial assistance, educational, job placement assistance, and help relocating. Part of City FEP's success rates stem from DSS, HRA, DHS provision of assistance to clients in their search to find permanent housing from day one. Beginning at the point of shelter entry through the issuance of the shopping letter and to the point of move out from shelter, our dedicated DHS and provider staff support clients in their housing search process. The process includes case management, connecting clients with the tools to obtain employment, the work of shelter housing specialists engaged in finding apartment leads, and the work of the HRA apartment search team and the public engagement unit make apartments available to all shelter providers. We are focused on working together to make sure subsidy applications are accurate and processed efficiently. In addition to the work of our staff, I would also like to recognize the enterprising work of providers, advocates, and all other stakeholder partners in this process. Further, I would like to recognize the strong determination of our clients in being absolutely central to taking that next step in their path to housing stability. At DSS, we understand the need to make the system of social services as navigable for clients and those assisting our clients as possible. We work to connect every New Yorker with the benefits and social services for which they're eligible. We also have to recognize that the needs and eligibility of households vary. For instance, eligibility for assistance for a given program for a veteran may differ from that of someone needing supportive housing. There will be documentation requirements involved because we are working to link people with the resources that serve their individual circumstances best, and because we're working with the state and federal partners with their own requirements. We continue to work to reduce administrative burden borne by clients as much as we can by designing innovative systems like Access HRA and Current NYC. We're also in the process of creating sensible workflows and automated linkages that assist our clients, our community partners, and our staff through the process. We recognize that doing so eases the burden and reduces the stress that our clients face as they endeavor to secure an affordable apartment in the housing market where there is a short supply. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize the Council's June 2025 report, which focuses on process improvements and streamlining access. We remain committed to working closely with the Council and hearing your ideas on creating efficiencies and improving our service delivery. When assessing changes, we keep in mind that regulatory, operational, timeline, and cost considerations all need to be taken into account. That includes taking into consideration where our New York State oversight body, the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, OTDA, has offered direction on where federal authorities have issued mandates, where a given change may require significant technology investment, where stakeholders flag that a timeline may not be realistic, or where a change may be cost prohibitive. Turning now to the legislation being heard today. Intro 1366, sponsored by Councilmember Salam, would require the Department of Social Services, DSS, to create web forms for any forms that must be completed by an applicant to apply for benefits and services through DSS. The web forms would allow applicants to directly input information and electronically sign applications and forms online. DSS would be required to continue to accept paper applications and forms that are mailed, faxed, or delivered in person. We are supportive of the aims of this legislation. That is why Access HRA, our online benefits portal and mobile app for New York City residents, has served as a critical tool in connecting New Yorkers to benefits. We appreciate the constructive dialogue we have had with the Council thus far on Intro 1366 and look forward to continuing to share our insights about our processes to use technology at our disposal to link New Yorkers to benefits. Note that our systems operate in the context of New York State and federal laws, regulations, and directives on various aspects of the benefits administration process, including applications, processing, security, and confidentiality. DSS works with the guardrails that state and federal oversight bodies have established. In addition, the way DSS operationalizes some of the programs does not lend itself well to an external web form apparatus. In some instances, staff and providers guide clients through a process. In those instances, web forms are not necessarily the best and most efficient way to enroll clients for those services. Nonetheless, with amendments to recognize that legal and regulatory context, we can support this legislation. Intro 1430, sponsored by Councilmember Caban, would require the Department of Social Services to provide confirmation notice in hard copy or electronically to applicants of public assistance regarding their benefits interview. The notice would include a confirmation number, the date, time, and location of the interview, the phone number from which the interview was conducted, if the interview is via telephone, and all other relevant information. We support providing applicants with the information they need as they proceed through the benefits application process. If I may briefly review the current process for interviewing for cash assistance, and SNAP applications and recertification interviews, the process proceeds along two tracks. One track is for the linked cash and SNAP applications and recertifications on the other side, and the other track is exclusively cash applications on the other side. For cash and SNAP applications and recertifications, the process is as follows. The client submits an application or recertification and calls for an on-demand interview. At the end of the interview, the system automatically generates the interview kept status and the receipt. The kept interview notification is available on Access HRA for SNAP immediately. The interview receipt, the FIA 1173, is placed in a print-to-mail queue to be mailed and is electronically added to the case file for both SNAP and cash. The receipt is physically mailed within 1 to 5 days. The notice, the FIA 1173, is available on Access HRA when it has completed the print-to-mail queue. Once mailed, the document becomes available in one viewer and Access HRA. For cash applications and recertification interviews, the interview status is not currently available online. We would have to build the functionality to add interview status to our system. We would like to have further discussions with the council about the bill to clarify the scope of the program covered and to accommodate measures necessary to prevent phishing and fraud attempts targeting clients and to flag that the confirmation number, location, and phone number data points identified in the bill which are at variance with current operation. For cash assistance, our assessment thus far is that 90 days for implementation would not be sufficient to make adjustments to information technology systems to implement the changes this proposal requires. Intro 1458, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, in the relation to the procedure for determining that a dwelling unit is habitable for the purposes of the City FEPS program, laying out requirements for DSS deeming a dwelling unit habitable before approving City FEPS rental assistance for the unit. Intro 1458 defines certain conditions as major and minor and describes how DSS should proceed given such conditions. DSS agrees with the spirit of this legislation as we do too want to use the tools in our toolbox to sensibly and safely expedite conditions. That said, we would like to have further discussions with the council on this bill. There are 3 points I would like to share in this forum. First, as written, this bill would require DSS conduct more in-person inspections than is our current process. At present, DSS uses virtual inspections in certain defined circumstances to speed the process. As written, we believe this bill would roll back our ability to conduct virtual inspections and slow some of our efforts to accelerate the inspection process. Second, DSS is piloting an effort to expedite the unit inspection process. We aim to gain insights from this pilot to further refine our process for addressing condition concerns. Third, if the aim of this bill is to impose NYCHA public housing assessment conditions on the City FEPS program, I would make this point that the two programs are incongruent. Therefore, having this checklist of requirements, including in-person inspections, would only serve to delay a process that we are doing our best to expedite as much as possible so we can get people housed quickly without compromising safety conditions for clients. Intro 1459, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would require DSS to submit to the mayor, council speaker, and to include in the mayor's management MMR report the average time it takes for an individual to secure housing after receiving a housing voucher. We support transparency and delivering accurate, timely, actionable information to stakeholders to assist in making informed assessments and ultimately public policy choices. In the case of Intro 1459, we want to have further discussions with Council about the metrics involved in this bill. Intro 1477, sponsored by Councilmember Brewer, would require DSS to respond to an application for city FEPS within 15 days after receiving the application. The response would inform the applicant of whether the application has been approved, denied, or requires correction or additional information. There are many factors in managing the city FEPS application. Although we would like to strive for the 15-day goal, legislating the agency respond within 15 days may not be practical, considering our current average is 23 days from completed rental application to decision. Once we receive an application, we work with the housing specialist and provider to make sure the information we have is up to date as possible. Through that process, we do our best to keep the clients informed of the status of their application. Clients check in with their case managers regarding their independent living plans or ILPs are a key avenue for sharing information and updates as to the application status. ILPs check-ins occur biweekly. On behalf of my colleagues, I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize Deputy Speaker Ayala's leadership on the Committee on General Welfare. The lived experiences you have shared and the deep knowledge and insights you bring to your work and benefits administration and human services will live on far beyond your tenure as chair of the committee. And we are thankful and better off for having worked with such a fierce advocate for New Yorkers in need. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today and welcome your questions.
Don't try to make me cry in my last hearing. But really, it's been my pleasure. Never would I have imagined when I was a wee little girl, that all of those struggles and challenges and lessons learned would, allow me a platform to be able to utilize those experiences to help other New Yorkers that are facing similar challenges. So it's really been, one of the best experiences of my life, and all of you have helped to make that statement true. So thank you. Oh. I'm going to switch things around a little bit, just as a courtesy to my fellow members of the committee. As my parting gift, I'm going to allow them to ask questions first. Councilmember Salam, did you? Oh, sorry, I wanted to before acknowledge that we've also been joined by Councilmember Aviles, Rustler, Banks, and Stevens. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that, at least for the bills that I'm interested in, you certainly made clear that there's possibility of working together and trying to improve them. I guess for the one on 1458, which is how to make a unit habitable faster, when you do the virtual, which is obviously a good way to go about stuff, what I would be concerned about would be, I'm making this up as an idea, but the stove is broken. That could be fixed faster, perhaps, than maybe a outdoor escape route, fire escape. So, but I think what happens, these suggestions are coming from providers. They're not because Gail Brewer knows a damn thing. It has to do with the fact that these are all coming from real people dealing with real problems that need to be addressed. Every single day they're dealing with this. So my question is, can you do it, these issues that might be minor, can they do it virtually? I understand not wanting to go, to see everything, but something's wrong when a stove and a fire escape are both in the same bailiwick as to a problem, because you fix the stove fast.
Yeah. The pilot that we're launching in the coming weeks for re-inspections allows us to identify what we qualify as minor. So in your example, like a stove, heat or hot water, those things qualify as minor. We are going to be giving the provider the ability to re-inspect virtually because we believe those could be remedied quite easily. So it's all designed with an eye of speed and convenience as well to all the stakeholders. So we're looking forward to the pilot, and obviously we'll learn from the pilot, and if there are other items that can be qualified as minor, we'll add them to our considerations.
Okay, so what percentage of units do fail now? Do you have that number?
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. I will pass this one to my colleague, Andrea Reed.
You got to push the button. There you go. Thank you.
Got it. Oh, a little closer. Thank you, council member, for that question, Chief Henderson. We take habitability decisions very seriously, and we're committed to ensuring that inspections and re-inspections are being processed timely. There are different means of conducting the inspections. Some are done by our providers, and some are done by HRA staff. And inspections, as we mentioned, are conducted in two ways, in person and virtually. The virtual inspections are a tool that we have put in place over a year now when in-person is not feasible. We promote virtual inspection as a mechanism to expedite the scheduling and results. A unit that is inspected by a provider may fail. They use the checklist that we provide, but when they fail, they then work with the landlords and providers to make sure those failures are corrected. As part of our policy, we require that any unit that's in a basement, cellar, first floor, or attic must be inspected by HRA, given those types of units have a higher likelihood of failure. In calendar year 2025, of all the inspections that were conducted on basement, cellar, first floor, or attics, about half of them failed. And so we are intentional in making sure that those units are legal for our participants. As our chief mentioned, in a few weeks or in the coming year, we're launching the expedited reinspection pilot, where units that fail for those conditions that you mentioned, you know, the stove, the window guard,
The
cracked
minor
windows,
ones, so-called.
the minor ones, that the owners can send us photos documenting that the failures have been corrected. Additionally, we have a pilot that is a grant-funded program that's administered by our partners, Anthos, where we can conduct minor repairs for
That's
small
Laura Lazarus,
landlords.
right? That's
Yeah,
Laura Lazarus.
Atlas Laura.
I know everybody.
Yes, yes, great. Our partners there to conduct minor repairs that are under $5,000. And so in addition to that, we have digitized the apartment review checklist, and we think like all those tools will help to get us decisions in sooner and speedier timeframes.
Okay, you didn't. It's all right. I didn't get the percentage, and then I just also want to know of failures, and also what's the average time between the failed inspection and the reinspection? Maybe it depends whether it's a cellar or regular apartment. I understand that, but what's the time generally?
The time frame depends on the type of repair. If it's minor and small, it could be quick, but sometimes there are capital repairs that may take longer. So it all depends.
I mean, that's that kind of data, I must admit, is needed, to be honest with you. I know you may not have it now, but we would like to get it to the committee, and that is sort of what we're talking about in the bills, to have more data. Because that would help us, I think.
Yeah, we look forward to working on that for the
And what's the
future.
average number of inspections that each unit undergoes until it passes? Is it? I mean,
Thank you
do you
for
have other? I guess what are some of the common reasons why an inspection failed, and then the average cost associated with remedying? Obviously, that should come from the owner, but I'm sure you get stuck with some of it. So the first question is, what's the average number of inspections that each unit undergoes until it passes, virtually or in person or anything?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. On average, there's about two
Two.
or so inspection that's required. And as I shared earlier, we are able to support repairs that are $5,000 or less. And so to help small landlords to get those repairs done quickly. Again, if the repairs are based on a capital project or bigger, larger repairs, then that might take longer.
Longer, okay. How many inspectors are there doing this work? I guess you've got inspectors doing it virtually, and then when you say virtually, that means that the owner has taken a photograph. What does I don't know what does that mean? Now, obviously, the fancy apartments have somebody. I assume,
Yeah.
you know, when you look in the newspapers, they got or online, they got these beautiful friggin' Park Avenue, but that's not what you're doing. So, what is virtual mean?
Virtual means that the DHS staff or the HRA staff conducting the inspection is doing so with a mobile device, and on the other end, the landlord designee or the provider is also on a mobile device. Usually it's like Skype, FaceTime, something like that we use to conduct the inspection. So it's a walkthrough that happens.
So the owner or the manager has a device, and then you at HRA have a device.
Yes.
Okay. No 3D stuff, I guess.
No.
Okay. So anyway, how many inspectors are there? Obviously, some virtual, some in person.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. It's hard to say how many inspectors because many of the inspections are done by the provider, but internally we have about 5 on board and some vacancies that we're
Are
filling.
those folks just focus on city FEPs? Those 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, primarily city FEPs.
Okay. And then just
And
I
for
know.
the
go ahead, I'm
priority floors, I'm sorry, the priority floors that I mentioned before, basement, cellar, first floor, and attics.
Okay. And then how many inspectors are virtual versus in person? Is it like half and half? Is it more virtual?
Trained to do both.
They're trained to do both.
Yes.
So, but in general, do you think they're more virtual than in
In person.
in person?
person.
I guess it depends on whether it's a cellar or a regular apartment
Yeah.
kind of situation. Okay. Madam Chair, I can keep going, but when you want to go to somebody else for inspections, I'll come back because I have many for the next bill. Go ahead.
I feel like I had a follow-up question and then I forgot what it was, based on one of the questions that I think, I'm not sure if you answered this, but Councilmember Brewer asked about the percentage of inspections that are done virtual versus in person. What is that number?
We don't have that information with us, but I would say the vast majority is in person versus virtual. We have to have the agreement of the landlord designee to do virtual. Many landlords opt for the in-person option.
Yeah, and I don't want to assume, but in the event where virtual is the preferred option, is that used for a follow-up to a failed inspection, or would that be used as an initial inspection?
Both.
It can, okay. I guess I would be a little bit concerned about the reliability of.
I don't trust the owners.
Yeah, I mean, I think that because with technology, right, you can make things look a lot better or a lot worse than they actually are. And so it's difficult, it would be difficult for me to kind of assess, I guess, depending on the nature of the work needed. And in those cases where we're helping the landlord offset the cost of minor repairs, you mentioned that you can, budget up to 5,000. Is there a budget for that?
Yeah, it's grant funded. It's a small budget, about $400,000 that we're trying to expend. We've been marketing the program excessively in the past few months. It's designed for small landlords because we feel there might be inclination for smaller landlords to take on the offer to get into the program. So we're excited to see what the results of this brings to bear. But it's a very new program that we launched earlier this summer.
And who determines what the actual cost of such repairs is?
Our partner Anthos is managing the initiative with us. They are the point of contact. The entire network is able to refer to them, and they will work with the landlords on corrections.
They can be trusted. Laura can be trusted.
Yes.
What would you consider a small landlord?
Under 100 units.
Yeah.
Under 100 units? Okay. I'm gonna just quickly move over. I have more questions, but I am going to move on to Councilmember Ressler because Councilmember Riley's not here. He stepped away for a minute.
Thank you very much. I can't say enough about how special a leader our Deputy Speaker has been. And, it's today's Steve Levin's birthday. And Steve used to chair this committee, I think, for 8 years. He had a good run. And when he was my predecessor. And when his time in the council was coming to an end, the thing he cared most about was having a strong successor on this committee. And when Diana's name came up as a potential replacement, like Steve was enamored with the idea. because you just don't find a more caring and decent and thoughtful and effective leader than Diana Ayala. And she has brought, as you noted, Ms. Henderson, all of her lived experience and all of her expertise, a lifetime of expertise to leading this committee. And we've been incredibly fortunate to have her at the helm of our General Welfare Committee. It's one of the most important committees in the council. And Diana, you've just done a superb job. So I am very grateful to you from the bottom of my heart.
Can you give him his whole time? I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh. All right. I do love that lady a lot. On the record. So I really, and I appreciate the topic of the hearing today and appreciate the DSS team for their testimony. Just a few questions from me. I'm particularly interested in SOI discrimination, and if you could share with us how many complaints for source of income discrimination are there relating to City FEPS vouchers? I know at different times DSS had thought about kind of creating its own investigative unit to try to rein in the rampant discrimination against voucher holders. I don't believe that's still ongoing. So what data is CCHR sharing with you, and what are the most common, and what trend lines are you seeing?
Thank you for that question. We would defer to CCHR on that. This function is handled by them. We don't have metrics on it, but we can check in with them.
Any trend lines that you can share? What are you? I mean, we've seen a major increase in the utilization of vouchers, so you would assume there's also an increase in discrimination happening against voucher holders that would be consistent. Is there anything you can share with us or any trends? What are the most common reasons that landlords are providing to your team about why City FEPS vouchers are being rejected?
Do you have anything on that? Do you have anything on that?
I mean, I've generally found CCHR's handling of source of income discriminations to be wildly inept and incredibly disappointing. And, had been excited when DSS tried to take on some of those functions themselves because of how badly CCHR has failed at this over a period of many years, frankly, since the creation of the City FEPS voucher. But that's no longer something that you all are doing. So what are we doing to, from DSS's standpoint, what are you doing to try to prevent discrimination? What reasons are landlords giving you for not accepting these vouchers, and how are we trying to mitigate it?
What we have been doing is really doubling down on our marketing and engagement of landlords. We have quarterly sessions with landlords in our network. We continue to expand and promote the subsidy as much as we can in city and out of city. Obviously, the take-up, as you mentioned, has increased over the recent years. Our internal protocols has been to refer to CCHR, to the providers in instances where clients have alleged income discrimination. But we've done a lot of work to really explain, educate, and really promote the subsidy. We can get back to you on any data that CCHR may have, but we defer to them on the metrics.
There was a hearing not too long ago where Commissioner Park testified to a 24-day period from submission of City FEPS package to the landlord to lease up. And there was guffaws in the audience because I just didn't make sense. So could you help me just understand what's the average time from the first submission of a pre-clearance package to move-in date?
Andrea, may I?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. We take processing City FEPS applications very serious. We are continuing to work to strengthen the City FEPS program, assisting clients on their housing journey to housing security. The question is not easily answered. There are a number of dependencies from shopping letter to moving into a unit. A number of actions making the timeline relative, but not easily answered. The dependents are, based on a client's individual circumstances. They may be experiencing domestic violence survivor experience issues that exclude some borrowers from them. A family, may need to choose to enroll in their child in childcare before going on a viewing. There's also the habitability concerns that we discussed earlier.
I recognize there's any variety of concerns that any family is going to have before they move into an apartment that we all have to navigate whenever any of us move. But the crux of the question and what I'm really getting at here is that for city FEPs to be competitive beyond cost, we have to be able to move efficiently, right? And so from the time that package is first submitted to the first moment that submission of a pre-clearance package is made to when we actually get to move in, right? If that time frame is 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, we're just no longer going to be able to hold an apartment for that tenant to be able to actually get it. And so what I think Commissioner Park was testifying to when she spoke to us earlier in the year was that it's from the final package being submitted to move in, which is a 24-day period, which doesn't seem crazy. Right. But if it's that first package, it's taken us many, many months to get to that final package being ready for submission, then we've lost the apartment more often than not. So landlords just aren't keeping these apartments there for us for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm looking for the data. I'd like the data for when that first submission is made, because that's what we should be tracking it. I get all of the different variables that a family needs to figure out. I'm not asking you to solve for all of those, but I do want the data for when. So can you, that's the bill. I get it. But what can we share with us today?
Thank
and that's why I support your bill.
Oh, thank you, Lincoln.
Chair Brewer, Councilmember Brewer, I'm always proud to support your good legislation.
Thank you for that, Council Member. As I mentioned, we take this very seriously, and speed is very important to us. I'm happy to share that, since the testimony, we're now at 23 days from the time the package is submitted.
Final package is submitted.
The final package
you
is
have
submitted
the data for the first package, right?
Approve,
like
right.
I'm trying to understand the breadth of the process, not from the final package to move in, because I think that really is the crux of what Councilmember Brewer is rightly trying to accomplish.
The 23 days includes all of the back and forth.
It does.
So it does, right? The average of 23 days includes all of the back and forth. Obviously, if there are no errors in the package, it's way less, half the time, right? But if there's a back and forth that's required, a deed needs to be resubmitted or a lease needs to be re-executed. Obviously, multiple stakeholders are involved. It adds time to the process.
So just so I understand it, the data point you're providing to us on this 23 days is the first submission of a pre-clearance package to move in. You believe that is a
23 days for a rental application to be reviewed and approved, not pre-clearances.
Okay. So
this explains the process by which the provider submits the rental application to our office, and an average of 23 days for us to approve the application.
Okay.
Right. That is after all of the upstream steps have been done with inspections, right? The provider is only submitting a complete package to us.
Okay. So I really think we need to have a better accounting for the time frame more broadly, not just from when the rental package is submitted to the turnaround, because we all know with a 1.4% vacancy rate, as you testified, and every member of the Adams administration likes to remind us at every hearing, it's a terribly low vacancy rate, especially, and it's even lower for very low income apartments. So, or for lower, more modestly, for rent, for apartments at lower cost. So these apartments are incredibly hard to get. And if it's taking 3, 4, 5 months, which is, I'm just assuming, if you're baking in all the inspections and the back and forth to get to that point where the rental package is submitted, we're losing too many units. And I really think that we need to understand this data of the full time frame and also understand how many units we're losing as a result of that time frame so that we can all work together to streamline things. And I appreciate the hearing and the package of bills that hopefully move us forward.
Just 1 second, the live stream is, I think we're having some technical.
No, but I'm all set. I appreciate the answer. And I will say, Ms. Henderson,
Lincoln, we said stop talking.
Want me to stop talking? Okay. All right. Nobody cares what I got to say anyway.
Nobody's gonna hear. It's not gonna be recorded. You're gonna have to say it again.
It's fine. I was going to say something nice about Risa. So do we, I guess we want that
On the
recorded.
record.
All right, good.
Are we good? We're good?
The internet stops working when I'm about to
Okay,
say
go
something
ahead.
nice
Go
about
ahead,
somebody in the
Lincoln. We're
Adams
going to give you
administration.
back your second.
The I was just gonna say, I think it was close to a decade ago when we were having significant issues at Path, and you were brought in to help improve the situation. Did a phenomenal job, and I've just heard over many years that you're one of the best people we have who's working on homeless issues in the city of New York, and appreciate all your work and everything you've done to help support homeless individuals in our city.
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Avilas, followed by Stevens and Banks.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will save all my compliments for you, Deputy Speaker, later. But you are quite amazing, and we are lucky to have you. I wanted to follow up on a couple different things. In terms of the inspectors, you noted 5 internally, and not sure how many inspectors are in the provider universe. Why is that? Do the contracts that are provided to the, I think it's 26 home base sites, do they not stipulate a minimum amount of inspectors?
So I can start, and Andrea, please jump in and help me. As Andrea testified a few minutes ago, inspections are done in 2 lanes. Provider staff are contracted to hire housing specialists, and their core function is really working with clients and supporting them in their journey of finding housing as well as the rental application. For those providers, we have a sense of the work that they do because they're contracting. We're contracting with them, and they have staff working directly with them. There could be hundreds of staff in this lane. On the home base side,
You just turned it off. There you go.
Thank you for that, Councilmember and Chief Henderson. On the home base side, the staffing model may be different for each of the providers, and so some may have someone that's like a housing specialist, but it's mainly their case management team that is working to conduct those inspections. And so the 16 contracts with their 26 sites, they have staff that do conduct the inspections. I don't know how many per.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it would be important to know, right? I mean, there's thousands of applications that are going at the same time, and we see issues with, the inspection timeframes. Obviously, we're trying to make the whole system efficient, but if we don't even know how many inspectors are part of the provider universe that we're funding, it just doesn't make sense. Could you go back and see how many inspectors are actually doing that work in the provider universe?
we can.
Sure.
Okay, great. And you noted you consider small landlords 100 units. Is that within a building or across multiple
building.
portfolios? Okay. And why?
So we're targeting the smaller landlords who otherwise would pull out of the program, right, because of minor issues. They may be newer mom and pop landlords coming into the program. Larger landlords have the infrastructure to really address work orders and correction in a different way. So this is a support for smaller landlords. We're piloting. If there is a potential to scale up, we'll scale up as we evolve the program.
So what percentage of the stock where vouchers are provided are offered to smaller landlords?
What percentage of this?
Yeah. I'm trying to understand. Well, I don't understand someone holding 100 units being considered a small landlord. So
Yeah.
let's just start there.
Yeah, small
But
buildings.
even
Yep.
smaller, right? Folks where they're actual small small homeowners that have, 2 and 3 units are normally what we consider like.
Yeah, so 100 or less, right, will be targeted.
Do you have a disaggregation of actually what it looks like?
The number of
Yeah, like
small buildings.
yeah. How many landlords are actually holding 100 units or less? How many are holding 2 or 3 units?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but the Fast Lane program is directed to small landlords who are entering the program who have failures, right? So you have to have a failed inspection before we can offer the Fast Lane program to you, and we have decided that small landlords qualify as 100 units or less. Larger developments, larger companies, larger buildings have the infrastructure to address the work orders and expedite the repairs.
So I'm just gonna, Chair, if I may, try to get you a clearer question. So in this 100 units or less, I think what I'm trying to understand is what percentage of that universe are actual landlords that have the larger buildings, let's say 50 to 100 units. How many are holding, in tier, to understand more of that universe and infrastructure? Because they don't need the ones that have the larger infrastructure of 100 units, right, to handle all the bureaucracy is very distinct than from smaller landlords that maybe hold 4 units or 2 units.
We don't have that data on hand today, but
Okay.
we can check on
Great.
it.
And then I guess lastly, just would you be able to provide a district breakdown of how many vouchers are within each council district? Is that data you would happen to have? Voucher holders or applications coming
We
from
can
a
check
council
with-
district?
We can check with our data people. We don't
Great.
have that with us now,
Thank
but we
you.
can get back
Yeah.
to you.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilmember Stevens?
Well, good morning. And unlike Councilmember Aviles, I will not be holding my compliments for Deputy Speaker until later because the reality is I wouldn't be here without her. And most people don't have the option or time to serve with their mentor. And I have had the pleasure of serving with my mentor for the last 4 years, who showed me how to lead with compassion and love. And that's what she's done as chair and as a colleague. And so I'm so honored that I've been able to work with you. And I didn't realize this was her last hearing. So I'm mad emotional. I feel like I'm more emotional than she is. But like I am like devastated that she's not gonna be side by side with me. But she's gonna be somewhere, I'm sure. But I'm really honored that I got to serve with you. And I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her, because she's the person who gave me the courage to actually say, nah, you could do this. And so I will continue to hold up your legacy of leading with compassion, love, and really caring about our community and leading with experience, because that's the other thing. We come from places where the things that we're talking about, this is not just talking about it because we read about it in a book, it's because we lived it. And that's a different type of experience, and it's not taken from anyone else. But me and her, especially all of these city FAP vouchers, and when we're talking about eviction, we're not talking about it because we heard about it or it happened to other people. We were both teen moms, and we came up and we had to fight to get where we are. So it's just been a pleasure to be here, and I really appreciate it. And you will be missed, and I will continue your legacy. So y'all can clap for it. I don't care. I know you're not supposed to clap, but mentor. Y'all not gonna get kicked out. She'll allow it. People be clapping in my hearings. I'm a mess, so But to the administration, I want to just go in really quickly because y'all know what I have to do. I have to invoke the young people into this conversation. And, to me, it's still really unfortunate that young people do not have access to City FEP vouchers in the way that they should. And I just want to again, on the record, get a better understanding of, even with the expansion and understanding this, why we have not expanded these City FEP vouchers so homeless runaway youth could have access to it in a real way, because we know that if we don't stop the cycle early, it just continues. And we know most people, young people, especially when they're aging out, do not want to go to a DHS shelter, which is why we have the 18 to 21 shelters because they don't want to go there because it's not safe and they're not comfortable and that's just not a good atmosphere for them. So why have we not allowed them to have access, and what are we doing to ensure that? Because I truly believe this would be a great way for us to stop the cycle of homelessness, and I just need a better understanding because every time I just don't, it's never a good, it's not a good explanation to me. So maybe it's a new one today.
Thank you for that question, Council Member. I do want to share that we share the same passion that you have in ensuring that our young people and New Yorkers are housed. We have been partnering with our partners at DYCD and ACS. They both have had allotments to the city.
Yes, we know that they have had allotments. No, this is what I'm saying. We know that they have allotments, but we know that it's not at the rate that they needed to, and we know that they are not having access. And so, like, it does not make sense because it's as if we are perpetuating the cycle. So I just need a better understanding of, like, yes, they have allotments. It's clearly not enough. So why have we not said, hey, we're going to allot even more for these young people?
I think those are ongoing discussions within the agency, and we hope to have more to share in the coming years.
I know, I've been here for 4 years, so when the discussion gonna end? Oh, y'all can't clap. I don't want you to get out of trouble. Only in my hearings. When y'all come to, we be clapping.
No, I think Andrea's right. At DSS, we just underwent a reorg. So we are a newly minted Housing Services Administration. We have a key focus on consolidating and streamlining and providing access to subsidy. These are conversations that we're going to be taking up internally to see what more we can do.
It's driving me crazy. I just want to say, we're going to be starting again in January reset. And please do not come here and tell me you're having conversations about it because I'm telling you I'm going to lose my mind. We've been saying this for 4 years that we're having conversations and these young people are still in a cycle of poverty. And it's not fair. And it does not make sense when it's like, you could see it, but why we're not doing it. And everyone agrees. You agree. I agree. DYCD agrees. ACS agrees. Everybody agrees. So I'm not really understanding where the disconnect is. If we all are saying this is something we want to see, we're all saying we don't want to see young people homeless, we're all saying this, so then give them access. And again, you're saying you're having conversations. Who do I need to have conversations with? Because I'm confused. Who should I speak to?
So just to reiterate what
No, I don't want to reiterate. I want to know who should I speak to because I want to be clear about like who's having these conversations because for 4 years I've been asking the same question and I keep getting we're in discussion. And so who do I need to be in discussion with? Because I thought I was in discussion with the right people.
Well, so to answer your question, these are larger administration decisions that happen, with the leadership of City Hall.
Okay, great. So you're saying talk to the mayor? Got it.
And as we are
Anybody else?
As we are in a moment of transition, these are issues that we will obviously share with the transition team and look forward to figuring out what the new mayor's vision is.
Got it. I'll speak to him myself. Thank you very much. I will speak to the new administration because I will not be having this conversation for the next 4 years. Give young people access to the vouchers so we can stop the cycle of homelessness for these young people so that they are not in DSS shelters 6 months later and they're there and coming in and out. So let's just start there. So don't worry, I'll do it. Don't worry about it. I'll talk to him. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just also want to share the same sentiment. Thank you for welcoming me to this committee in my first term, and appreciate you, love you, and we know wherever you go, you're going to continue to make great impacts to build a bigger and brighter New York City. So thank you. Particularly, and this may be repetitious, duplicative in a sense, but touching on some of the questions of Councilmember Ressler, the last year's audit from the state comptroller Dinopoli highlighted that households wait on average nearly 10 months to move into permanent housing after receiving a City FEP's shopping voucher. Has the agency implemented any changes to shorten this timeline? And I just want to again highlight, my office continues to receive frequent complaints about the length of turnaround times and the difficulty of finding landlords who will accept the City FEP vouchers. So what's being done different?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. We continue to share that, we take very seriously the time it takes to process our rental applications. The dependencies are not in one place, right? And so, client who is issued a shopping letter and then identifying a unit, that particular client's circumstances add time, right? Depending on their circumstances. The habitability of the unit adds time, right? And then also making sure that when the package is submitted, that is submitted accurately. So there's lots of things that are in place to help speed that along. Intentional sort of support with our provider partners. Chief Henderson mentioned the concierge unit, and this is a unit that's on site helping and supporting providers and making sure we get accurate packages. We have digitized the inspection process so that we can get real-time information. We have launched our electronic application system so that the applications are sent electronically. We have reorganized and restructured so that the entire continuum of folks that are touching the rental assistance application flow are reporting up the chain to one leadership, and so that we can help to streamline the work. And so just a number of innovations.
Thank you. When it comes to landlord participation and payment delays, many landlords cite late payments, administrative burdens, communication challenges as reasons they do not accept City FEPS vouchers. For example, one landlord in my district has a household, a tenant for 8 years and has been eligible for a rent increase for 3 years. But yet, despite submitting all the paperwork through the portal in March of this year, has not received any update. Others have expressed that working with the city is too difficult due to slow processing and inconsistent communication. What concrete incentives beyond the current payment structure are being considered to encourage more landlord participation and to ensure a reliable on-time rent disbursements?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So in reference to timeliness of payments, we have been leveraging our technology to support this. Coming this year, landlords in the beginning, when applications are submitted, they're going to be able to select the electronic funds transfer. And so we expect that payments will be sooner and timelier, not dependent on the mail, right? Additionally, the landlord portal will be available so that landlords are able to decipher, what payments they have and know where the government subsidy payments stand. So in terms of payments, those are some of the things that we're doing. Can you repeat the second part of the question?
Just wanted to know what are concrete incentives beyond current payment structures being considered, encouraged to more landlords to participate?
Currently, we're still administering the unit hold that we provide to landlords, and so that's an incentive. In addition to all the work we're doing to strengthen the process.
And questions this question is regarding like City FEPS and more. I guess we were talking about for older adults. As we do know, we have a growing older adult population, especially in my district and probably throughout the entire city. Given the growing population of older New Yorkers, who may not be tech savvy and are definitely sometimes left behind when it comes to tech. Are there any strategies that the department is considering to simplify the City FEPS process or provide additional assistance to seniors who struggle with the online system?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. So applicant for City FEPS is attached to a provider that's supporting them. And so the expectation is that the case management staff is working to support that client. In addition to, sort of advancing our technology, we also still have manual process for folks who are less tech savvy. And, so we try to ensure that all are accounted for.
So do they actually go to the senior? Is there any way for them to go to the senior to help them fill out the application? Or would the senior obviously have to come into a...
So I guess it varies depending on if you're in shelter, you have a case manager person
right.
that's assisting you. Oftentimes they're on site. If you're in the community, then you're working with home base and you go into the office. There are some times when home base do assist.
And the last question, when it comes to steps in the department taken to improve the response times for HRA cases, my constituent liaisons consistently report long delays in receiving responses from the agency, as well as being redirected from one caseworker to another, and without resolution. What measures are currently in place or in progress to address these response time issues?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. Part of the restructuring that we've just done have established a customer service team, and this customer service team is being put in place to be able to respond to inquiry coming in regarding status. We also, emphasize that the continuum of the processing touches many points, and so we refer oftentimes back to making sure that you are intentionally communicating with your case manager. Those touches are biweekly, and so we encourage not only the landlords but the client to also communicate with their
but if it's a staff member from a council member's office that's advocating on behalf of a constituent to help bring resolution, what support is given there? Because obviously they want us to deliver for them. So how are you helping us as partners?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. So, I mean, if there's specific instances and cases,
We can give you a boatload, but I asked the general question, and you could, answer it in a general way. But we can give you a list of cases where the response time from the administration has been, has been terrible.
I understand. So, we have, as the chief and the executive deputy commissioner have said, we have a process for questions and for review. But if you are not getting, a quick enough response, we have an intergovernmental team and borough directors that you can reach out to directly. You can also reach out directly to me, and we'll make sure that you get a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councilmember Brewer is going to do a second round, and then Aviles, and then I will ask my questions.
Thank you very much. Again, 1477, which is this 15 versus 23 discussion. Tell me a little bit more about why even 15 days does sound like a lot when you're really trying to get into an apartment. 23 sounds like even further. So what are the challenges in terms of getting that 23-day number down, number one? And what's the current process for informing applicants about the status? I know you're informing staff, which is important with new technology, and perhaps even the owner. But how do you let the individual applying know, even on a real-time basis, where their application is? Those are my two 1477 questions.
Keep going off. Sorry. Thank you for the question, Councilmember. So as I shared before, in Access HRA, leveraging the technology there, when a client is issued a shopping letter, that shopping letter is available in Access HRA, so they know that the shopping letter has been issued. It's also available in our care system for the providers. Any decisions that are made, so when the case is approved, those letters are also available in Access HRA for the client.
So that that gives them real time. No, in other words, the stove isn't working, and so we have to do a reinspection. All of that is in that tech.
Not that level of detail.
That's what I'm talking
Councilmember.
about.
So
That's what I'm talking about.
again,
Okay.
what we shared earlier was that we are intentional in communicating to our constituents and our clients to make sure that they're talking and communicating
With their
in touch with
caseworker.
their case
No, I
manager.
got that,
They
but I'm-
see them biweekly, and that's where they can get the most real-time status updates.
All right. I'm just technology wise, everybody could be access to. I'm just saying it's something to think about, something to aspire to. Okay. And then the other question is, what is involved with that 23 days versus 15 days? Is there something that you think could perhaps be a medium, or maybe 15 days and then asking for more time, or is there some, way in which we could work on that day issue?
So thank you for that question, council member. So, when there's no returns, the packages are done
Okay.
within that time frame.
Right.
It's the returns, and so we have a number of efforts, on the way to help make sure that accurate packages are being submitted. I mentioned before our concierge team. I mentioned before we've developed a checklist, a number of tools in our toolkits to help ensure that those applications, once they're submitted, they're clean and that we can get to that 15 days. And so more work to come on that in the new year.
Okay, I mean, I hear you. And then 1459 is the same issue. It's, again, reporting of lease up times for housing vouchers. Is that something that you said in your testimony that you would consider it with some changes? Is that true? In other words, this is basically a data bill. Is that something that you could look at? And what we're trying to do is get the information, not to change the information, but to get the information.
Yes, Councilmember, that's something that we can certainly look at. I think one of the things that we wanted to just make sure and talk to you about was just to make sure that there's context in what data is being put out there. Because as both the chief and the EDC have discussed, there's a lot of different factors that go into those 2 points in time that you're asking about. So we just want to make sure that that all of that is factored in to what's being presented.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Vilas?
Yes, thank you so much. Just wanted to follow up on the question of older adults. Do you have a sense of how many older adults have been provided vouchers in the pool?
So we don't have that number on us right now, but we can get
Okay,
back
if you
to you.
could provide it to the council. I think, similarly, I'd love to understand a little bit more also how providers are equipped to engage with older adults who have very distinct needs, to make sure that they are obviously supported. I think we get so many older adults in our in our office, not only seeking assistance with, well, often on the verge of being unhoused and can't qualify for anything, just real particular challenges for them. So I'd love to understand more around how the agency is targeting and making sure that those services are adequate. In terms of the concierge pilot, can you talk to me a little bit more about it? How are providers aware of the pilot? How do people know they're getting concierge service? Please elaborate.
Sure. We're really excited about this pilot. The concierge model was designed to really focus and support providers who might be having challenges with their move-out goals. We have embedded staff at multiple sites. It's usually an invitation, so we work with our providers before we arrive on site, and the team is trained to really administer a curriculum of activities that we believe are all geared at managing a successful housing outcome. So they're on site for 4 weeks. Each week has a different agenda of items that they work with the providers on, from everything from data and systems to voucher eligibility, processing, you name it. The team is there able to really support the providers in that way. The goal is that we go in, we support them, and obviously they get the blueprint to continue. We're excited about this program because we're seeing really great results already.
So how many sites, how many providers actually are receiving this support? And do you anticipate cycling through the whole universe of providers? And what
Yeah.
does that look like?
So it's a small team of
Okay.
about 20 people, and we go to an average of 5 to 7 sites per month, maybe more sometimes, and for a 30-day stay.
And if a provider would like that kind of support, it sounds like you are identifying who needs that support.
Yes.
How about if a provider feels like they could use that kind of
Yeah,
support?
we put them on the queue, and if we are able to address, we will assign someone. In the cases of new providers coming on, we've done it in the past. We have assigned people on.
Got it. And then lastly, in terms of the, how many, you may have mentioned this in your testimony, so forgive me, but how many households are in DHS shelters right now?
Just in the census?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah, just in the census. And then just curious, how many households in shelter have active shopping letters?
We have the shopping letter number we can provide you. You have it? 11. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. Currently, there are about 11,000 clients with active shopping letters at this time.
And how many get placed a year? Like how many people have exited into units this year alone? I guess calendar, which is a little complicated since we work on.
This calendar.
We have the fiscal year number, which was in the testimony.
Okay, that's fine.
It's 15,000.
Yeah, and I think calendar, I believe the calendar year to October is a little over 4,500
To date.
to October, through October.
So January through October, about 4,500.
No, July 1 through September, the fiscal year.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aviles. So this committee held a hearing on the administration of the City FEPS program in January of 25, about a year ago. And since then, can you provide any updates about improvements to the voucher, to the administration of the voucher system, and any possible new pressure points or challenges?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. As I shared before, we take the City FEPS program very seriously, and ensuring that our clients get to housing security as soon as possible. One of the updates that we have made is, as I mentioned before, all the applications are now through our current, which is our electronic application system. That facilitate review process, make it easier for us to track and avoid packages getting lost. The tech advancements for the end of this year and the coming year is that we will have electronic funds transfer available to all landlords, and also that they will be able to enroll in the portal so that they can see their payment histories, know which payments is from the government and where that stands. Additionally, we are creating reports on the disposition of the shopping letter. So all those timeline questions that you asked, we should be able to have and be able to address that. We continue to review our application paperwork to see where we can make additional cuts and where we can maximize the technology to further reduce the administrative burdens, all of what we've talked about. We have invested in technology also to modernize the clearance and the review, the apartment review process. We've digitized the apartment review checklist, just to name a few.
I'm so proud of
the
you
change.
guys for moving into the next century. Finally,
Thank you.
we're moving on up. Um, can you tell us within the city FEP's recipient population, what portion stay in their units year after year, and what is the turnover rate?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. City FEPs continue to be the most valuable, significant resource we have in shoring up housing security for the over 136,000 New Yorkers that are currently active in the program. It is the second largest housing subsidy program in the nation. City FEP's renewal rate is pretty high. On average, approximately 90% of the City FEP's household renew each year. We do not expect it to be 100%. There's a variety of reasons why someone might not renew. A participant may leave the city. They may have significant income increase, or they may pass away. For example, those folks are not going to renew, right? And we have flexible renewal policies. If someone renew after the 1 year mark, or even now after the 2 year mark, we're able to bring them back into the program.
Okay. How, well, let me just ask a couple of these first, and then I'll go back to that. Do you know, could you tell us what the length of time on average it is that a household typically uses the City FEP's voucher for?
Thank you for that question. Again, our retention rate is pretty high. It's the 90% of folks that renew, and ongoing, we renew because someone have submitted their application and claimed good cause, and the good cause is related to having the income requirement and remaining in the unit. So a good 90% are in their units.
But how long, how long do voucher recipients stay in the program is what I think I'm trying to ascertain.
Well, it's thank you for that. It's a 5-year program, but what I was sharing is that ongoing, our participant renew for good cause. So I don't have like all the participants how long they've stayed, but for the most part, they're
percent of
this
individuals
ongoing.
on the voucher program continue to renew.
They continue to renew.
Okay. You know, we've spoken about this before about the income discrimination, you know, issues that voucher holders facing. I actually had a conversation yesterday with a landlord, a nonprofit landlord, who shared with me they have a building. The building has a lot of vacancies, and I said, you know, it would be great if you could, right? You know what? He's not able to lease up the building because the building has, you know, some issues, right? Not necessarily in the units, but there have been some questionable people that have taken over the building, and so in the conversation, I brought up the possibility of working with the city and leasing up those units to, you know, families coming out of shelter. And this nonprofit has, you know, routinely done that, right? A lot of their residents are coming out of shelter, but what they expressed to me was that they have gotten to the point where they don't, that's not their first option anymore, because even though the income is consistent, a lot of the folks that are being referred to them require some sort of social service support, and they are landlords, right? They're not equipped to provide that service, and what they find is that they inevitably end up having to evict those folks because they need more support than they're receiving. And I wonder, is that something that DSS has given any consideration to? Is how do we work with our, you know, with landlords, in particular those that are in the nonprofit field that tend to take on, you know, a larger share of shelter families and singles, to help them ensure that those residents stay in place, right? I think it's a win-win for the landlord, it's a win-win for DSS, it's a, you know, definitely a win for that resident, if we can keep them there and provide, right? And the fact that we don't have enough supportive services to go around, supportive housing to go around, has become an issue. But if we can somehow figure out how to offset, right, the cost of that, by offering that level of support to landlords, in this specific category, I think that it would go a long way. And it hadn't occurred to me until I spoke to him, and I didn't feel like he was actively trying to discriminate, right, for any other reason that than he really felt like it became more of a social services driven,
Girl.
a role, and he just doesn't have the resources to do that.
Home base.
Thank you for that. Thinking, council member. This is a challenge across the system. Home base can help some, but they're not a mental health provider. It's a conversation. It's a topic that has come up, and we're looking to see how we can support landlords, across the field. I don't have an easy answer for you,
No,
but
no, no. I get listening to the answer. It's like, no, we don't.
we're partnering with the available resources that are in the community to address indicators of mental health concerns, and making sure that that information is available to landlord, CBOs that the clients may touch bases with, and encouraging those who are experiencing these indicators to seek the help from the resources that are available. That's where we are.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add to what EDC Reed was saying. We work within, the resources that we have. We also work across agencies and, try to connect people with services to DOHMH. But really, what you're getting at is at the core of the Affordable Housing Services Program. And so this is obviously new construction or renovation. But these are buildings are designed with providers to provide light touch services, so that if a person exiting shelter does not necessarily qualify for full supportive housing, this is a kind of hybrid that could address some of those issues that you're bringing up here and that landlord was raising. That's obviously a new model, but it's something that we're consistently thinking about, and how we can connect those dots for folks, because we want this to be sustainable, and it's we work within the toolkit that we have.
I mean, I think that it merits some sort of a study to analyze, right? Which nonprofits does the city contract with the most, right? And housing a higher portion of individuals, and then how many of those folks are eventually back in the system because they've been evicted for non-payment of rent, for hoarding that hasn't been addressed, for maybe I mean, I've heard stories of folks walking in the hallways undressed, and I expect those things, right, with individuals that need more supportive mental health services in particular. But it's an interesting idea to kind of I think it made me think of, like, how do we think outside of the box so that we're not just putting supportive people that need supportive housing in one building, when there are possibilities to integrate them into the general population if that support was also readily available. And so I think it's something that's worth looking at, because there aren't that many nonprofit organizations that are doing housing. I mean, there are enough of them, but it's not like it's a huge universe of maybe piloting something like that. Because at one point, this specific landlord was able to get some grant funding to be able to assist, and they just they lost the funding, and they were not able to finance the cost of this. But even folks that are not coming from shelter, right, you have low-income residents that maybe lost their job and don't know where to turn, don't know that they can qualify for certain city benefits. As a landlord, right, I want my objective, right, would be to have my rent paid. Working with those residents and offering that special, like what's happening in the household before we initiate an eviction, I think is an important tool that we also have to make use of if we really want to be intentional about decreasing the number of folks that are in shelter and keeping those that have been housed. So it was an interesting conversation that made me think a little bit more broadly about how we address this situation, and how do we help an organization like that be more receptive to working with the city and bringing in more folks, right? Because then that stigma that, like, well, I don't, now everybody's excluded. Whether you have a need for, social service assistance or not, right? Everybody that's in the shelter system kind of gets pulled into that. And that would be an unfair assessment to make. Can you tell us so DSS had announced the Affordable Housing Services Program in the beginning of 2024, which is meant to fast track the creation of newly constructed high quality and deeply affordable housing for City FEPS voucher holders. What is the progress of this program, and how many sites and units have been brought online?
So we don't have the exact numbers. We can get them to you, but right now I believe it's around 800 or 900 units, either already brought online or in the pipeline. But we can get you a more accurate number.
And in January, the administration testified that it was partnering with the nonprofit Re-Institute to help improve systems and bring down package return rate. What does the partnership look like, and what progress has been made there?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. So our partnership with Reinstitute brought providers to the table, agency staff to the table, looking at how to streamline the package process and identify where the bumps and rubs are and how to correct that. We're nearing the final phase of that, where we have developed the application review checklist, which will go live in coming weeks, early in 2026. And this will help to sort of walk through what is required every step of the application process, so that by the time that application is submitted, it should be accurate and clean, and we could get to that 14 or 15-day approval timeframe. That's going to be launched with a complimentary video that's sort of marketing and messaging and, challenging our providers, to step up and really utilize this tool to help them do the work more efficiently and effectively. So that's the first thing that's coming from there with our Institute partners.
Okay. And could you just remind us, I'm sorry if somebody asks this question, we get distracted and don't always hear all the questions that I ask, but what is the median amount of time that it takes for an applicant to lease up for the first time?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I just, I want to share again that we take processing the City FEPS application, very seriously, and we continue to work to strengthen, the City FEPS program and the client experience on their housing journey to housing security. We shared that, we're pleased that, in 2024 we were at 33 days, and now, we're at 23 days, and that's due to the back and forth and making sure the package is accurate. When everything is good, we're at that 14, 15-day marker. So,
really?
Yeah.
That seems pretty short. Okay. Can you tell us what the most common reasons for rejections would be?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. Can you clarify for me rejection?
When a person is submitting a rental package, for the first time, how many, what is the percentage of those packages that are rejected for whatever reason? Like, what is the reason
Okay, so just to clarify, very few packages are denied. So when I think of rejection, I'm thinking deny.
Yes.
In terms of the return, we shared the packages are returned because the forms are not complete, signatures are missing, inaccurately completed. Those are some of the reasons why the packages go back and forth. And part of what we talked about was making sure that that communication is readily available, whether it's a landlord-related issue or the client-related issue or the provider-related issue, that those communications are happening in real time, bi-weekly, so that we know what the rubs are to help to correct those.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the housing, the income discrimination part of this question because I didn't finish asking it. But when a landlord is engaging in income discrimination and they're refusing an apartment to those with a voucher, has DSS observed any voucher discrimination? Like, have you observed anything like that? Are you, are you guys filing any complaints on behalf of voucher holders? What is the agency doing to address income discrimination and ensuring that we're holding these landlords responsible?
What we shared earlier, that when it does come to our attention, it's being shared with CCHR. We don't currently have the data in front of us. But the other thing is that, we know that this is a challenging process for many of the clients. And, oftentimes they may not even report what's happening. The first thing you don't want to do is get into discord with a landlord as you're trying to, identify a unit. So I think we will get back to you in terms of the data because we don't have it with us
Yeah,
today.
I passed a bill a few years ago that required that the language on income discrimination and that the explanation of what income discrimination looks like be added to the language in the voucher so that families, were aware of that. I don't, I don't always read everything that I'm not reading the fine print. And my concern is that if whoever is the point of contact with a potential renter, right, at the shelter setting, or not, right, in a community setting, it's not communicating to that person, hey, it is illegal for a landlord to say to you that they cannot accept, voucher holders as potential residents. If in the event that that happens, you should document, right, the landlord's name, the address, and report that back so that we can then help you ensure that you're reporting to the appropriate agency and they can handle this, right? There's like this that synergy doesn't exist. That level of connectivity is really important if we are, you know, um, really interested in eliminating this type of discrimination, especially in an environment, such as the one that we're in, where the vacancy rates are just so low that we don't have the benefit of, the privilege of saying, you know what, well, whatever, we'll move on to the next one. There may not be that many next steps, right? Not many units left to go to. So I think that the income discrimination component of this, which is still really prevalent, is really important. And I'm just curious to find, to hear like what is DSS doing. And I know, listen, you guys do everything. You guys, there's a lot of work, that happens within the umbrella of of the organization. Um, but these are nuances that are like really important.
Yes, we agree. And we can definitely go and dig into some of that some more.
Okay. Okay. Um, let me ask something else here. What is can you tell us what the city's actual spending so far for this fiscal year on the city FEPS voucher is projected to be, and what is the projection spending for the rest of 26?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. For FY26 expenditure through October is $548 million. The FY26 budget is $1.1 billion, and that includes the $400 million added to the city FEPS in FY27 November plan. And of course, we'll be closely monitoring the budget and we'll address any additional fiscal needs as the year progresses.
Okay. I mean, we go through this every single year. Is this a decision by like OMB or the administration? Who decides? I get it. We don't want to put, we're not sure what the actual expenses are going to be for some programs. And so we put what we think we're going to spend, right? And then we come back in November and we add additional funding if it's necessary. But it seems like we have consistently overspent more than what has been allocated, in the executive budget, and we continue to underfund it. I'm not sure why that rate. If we're adding money in November, it should be very minimal. It should not be half the cost of the program.
So we are in constant communication with OMB in assessing the needs of the program, and that's on an iterative basis. I think it's just part of an ever-growing program and figuring out what the needs are going to be, moving forward. But it's again, it's a constant conversation to make sure that we're addressing what the needs are.
Yeah, I find that ironic because I know that there are agencies that get extra spending dollars in anticipation of of expenses that may have not been accounted for, and then that money, if it's not used, right, gets repurposed. And yet here we have the opposite, where we know that we're spending, and I'm making up a number, 800 million a year, for the last 5 years, but yet we're only putting in five, in the exec, knowing that there is a threshold, right? Now we're funding it at 9, and we actually end up spending 1.1 million, then we can make up that difference. That makes sense to me. Yeah, but million. Yeah, but sorry, billion. That makes sense to me. But to only fund half of the program, knowing that it's going to cost significantly more, and that it has consistently, cost significantly more, to me is a little bit confusing. So I'm trying to understand if that is a decision that's made at the DSS level, or is that a decision that is a recommendation of the Office of Budget and Management.
It's in consultation, both with the administration, with OMB, and obviously with the us as the program.
I mean, when you say consultation, that means that there's a mutual agreement. Is that, it doesn't sound fiscally sound or responsible to say, okay, I'll take half, when we know that we're spending more than that. We've projected that we're going to be spending more than that on an annual basis, and you're saying to me 90% of the folks that are in the program stay in the program. So that tells me, right, that we should be accounting for that off the get-go. Like, that shouldn't even. So when you say in consultation, is DSS making the recommendation, or is that what DSS is being told? Like, this is the budget that we're projecting, and we'll have a future conversation later.
It's an ongoing conversation.
Okay. Fair enough. What is the budget for fiscal year 27, and is that sufficient to meet the level of demand?
We don't have the 27 number. We can get it.
Okay. Do you have any information on the number of folks that they've utilized the City FEPS voucher for housing and subsequently returned to shelter within 1 year, and how many have returned to shelter within 5 years?
Thank you for that question, Council Member. That number is 44 for the first quarter of FY 26.
44 households?
44 household that returned to shelter after exiting. The retention is over a 1 year period. And so, say, for example, you moved out between July 24 to September 24, which is the quarter. So 1 year of being out. And so July 2025 to September 2025, 44 households have returned.
They're returning to shelter.
Yeah.
Do we know why? I mean, is a small number. That's good, but 44 people is still 44 people, 44 households. Do we know why those 44 households are returning
I don't have that information with me, but we can
The
get
reason
back
that
to
I
you.
ask is because I've brought this up before. I have a constituent who's an elderly constituent, who's under the city's guardianship program, and she came to our office some time ago, and she was very, she was very manic, and so the staff didn't really understand what it was that you know, that she needed, what the needs were, if there were any, or she was just, sometimes we get people that come in and they feel comfortable in the office, and so they make themselves at home. I know you face this all the time,
I kick them out as quickly as
No.
possible.
Strike that from the record. But we don't. In my office, I try to figure. I'm like, so I was trying to figure out what was going on with her, and and as she was, all over, she was taking out papers, and I'm looking at the papers that she's taking out. She owed over, I think it was like $38,000 in rental arrears. But she had city FEPS. She had a city FEPS voucher. She came from the shelter system and went into this nonprofit building, and no one realized on DSS end or on the guardianship end that her rent to payments, which were the city's responsibility, were not being made. And so she consistently ends up, like, this has happened to her several times, not to that extent, but where she's in arrears and now she's being threatened with eviction, and she doesn't really understand, right, like the significance of that. But had she not come into that office that day, and I had not taken the time to sit there with her and try to figure out, like, what exactly, if there was an issue, because people just dismiss folks that have mental health issues. They're like, they're making it up, or that's what they think, or whatever. Sometimes that's true, but a lot of the times I find that it's not, right. Like, there's a lot of lucidity in those manic episodes, and they're able to articulate, like, what the needs are. And she was in trouble. She was about to get evicted, and there were other things that are not necessarily DSS related. But I just wonder if DSS is responsible for managing the city FEPS voucher program and making the payments to the landlord. How does nobody realize that this person is delinquent by that much? Because that means that her rent wasn't paid for maybe more than a year. Like, who's responsible for capturing that?
As we shared in previous testimonies, there are a number of notices that go out to the participant in the City VEPS program. Month 8, the first notice go out. There's another notice at month level that you need to renew. You have to annually renew.
A renewal issue. She was fine. Actually, there were two things that we dealt with that day: the arrears, and that her renewal was about to expire. Well, she had until a such and such date to renew, or her voucher would expire. So she had an active voucher. She almost lost it. Thank God she came to the office, and and Commissioner Parks was really, really, really good, and helped us figure it out. But that that scares me, right? Because if we have 44 people, it doesn't seem like a lot of folks, but if those 44 people end up back in shelter and we're paying more money to house them there because somebody didn't pick up the fact that their rent wasn't being paid, which is, right, our responsibility. How does that happen? And how do we make sure that it does not happen? Like, what mechanisms do you have in place that ring that alarm and say, hey, you know what? Like, these checks haven't gone out. Because landlords are complaining to us that they can't get in contact with anybody at City FEPS. And so then the landlord is trying, and I've actually been very impressed as I've gotten a lot of, good landlords that are like, I want to keep these people, but I'm not getting paid and I can't reach anybody, and so I have to then go to the commissioner and say, hey, could you address this? And it does get addressed. But if I wasn't in the middle, then what happens?
Thank you for that, council member. I can share with you how the program runs. Once a person move out to permanent housing, they're out in permanent housing, and so is basically responsible for making sure that their rents are being paid.
Not their portion, your
Yes.
portion.
No. And if our portion, if there's something wrong, we may not know because once you move out, the payments are ongoing and automatic. And so I can't work the individual case because I don't know all the nuances or what happened, but that shouldn't be the experience. Once you've moved out and the case is processed and approved, the checks, the payments are automatic. As you know, the payments are made up of, it could be 4 payments, right? So depending on your income. So there's the subsidy portion that the subsidy the government pays. And if that household is on cash assistance, then there's 2 payments that they're getting the beginning of the month, the middle of the month. And if they have a direct share, they're responsible for that direct share. So oftentimes when we get situations like that and we're reviewing, there's a number of reasons what could have happened. When there's an issue with the subsidy, I don't know, say something happened, the system went wrong, we are able to correct that. Part of the information that we're sharing with our active participants and, folks moving out of shelter or leasing up is that the landlord can't just evict you. And so, they have home base information that they can go to home base to help them.
But this is the nuance that I'm talking about, right? We're talking about an individual who is an older adult with a serious mental health issue who was placed in a nonprofit building with no supportive services because supposedly they have a guardianship program that's supposed to be overseeing all of this stuff, and they're obviously not overseeing anything. So we're now the intimate. You know who was cleaning her house last week, right before Thanksgiving, doing a heavy duty cleaning? Me. I spent all day there with her because she wouldn't let anybody else in there. And when I got into that apartment, I was horrified that she hadn't even been able to take a bath in God knows how long because you couldn't even get into the bathroom. And, the landlord is, like, I get it. The landlord is frustrated because they're like, this person is posing a fire, risk. They are, there are roaches coming out from the door. It's not her fault, right? We're letting her down, like the people that are there to help her. But in this case, what I'm saying is, and you may not have the answer for me, but what I want you to take back is to say, you know what, council member, that should not happen. We should be tracking and making sure that the payments on our end are being made, because it sounds like victim blaming, and then we don't want to do that, right? We don't want to do that. We want to make sure that on the government side, whether the tenant decides to pay their rent or not, their share or not, that they have to respond for, right, on their own. And ironically enough, that's the only thing that the guardianship program was doing, consistently, was paying her share of the rent. But DSS had not been paying that share for a really long time, and it concerns me that nobody noticed, because I'm assuming that there's a budget, there's somebody's responsible for making sure, like, there has to be some sort of audit, right? Like, how are the payments being made? Are they being made timely? How many went out late? Because if you've never been threatened with eviction or lived in a shelter, that experience is very traumatic, right? You can't sleep if you feel like you're not going to have. Most people don't understand that a landlord cannot lock you out without an official order from a judge, right? Landlords will use all type of tactics to scare the living daylights out of you so that you self-evict. They don't understand that. We do. So we have to try to figure out, how do we facilitate that information getting out to folks, but also how do we recognize when an individual just doesn't have the capacity to understand that, and what protections are we putting in place. And in this case, it was something simple because it didn't even have to do with her mental health. It had to do with the failures of the agency to make the payments that they are obligated to make, and would have, in a sense, forced a situation had she not come to our office, where she would have ended up in housing court, and probably wouldn't have shown up because she wouldn't know any better, and would have ended up back in shelter, where we're now paying 3 and 4 times the rate of whatever rent she's paying to house her there. And on top of that, the nonprofit gets stuck with, the loss of that money that they were also promised as part of the agreement, right, to house, to set aside a specific, portion of those units for people coming out of shelter. So there's something, amiss here, and sometimes I get a little bit frustrated in hearings, because I guess naively, I just want somebody to acknowledge and say, you know what, like, I hear you. That shouldn't happen. we're going to go back and see why it happened and try to make sure that it doesn't happen again. That's all I want.
Thank you, Councilmember. We hear you. Should not happen, and we will take that back to see,
I
dig
appreciate
deeper
that.
into that. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And then I know I see you have a question, Gail. You want to piggyback on that, or did you have a question?
I just want to say we had a similar situation. I think the hoarding is something that these guardians don't deal with. Okay, we have so many hoarders, and the guardians are not dealing with it. So yes, it's certainly an issue with the city paying, but these guardians need a kick in the butt.
They do.
Okay, and so whether it's APS or the guardian, that's also, I hate to say it, under DSS's and the courts both. But DSS has to do something about the APS program. That's another whole topic, and you had hearings on this already.
Yeah.
So I just want to add that. The other thing I just want to add to question is, what about the staffing? Other agencies have major staffing issues. So I know there were 5 people doing inspections. I guess I want to know how many people are in, if there is such a thing as a FEPS unit, and or do you have vacancies? That would be my question.
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. So FEPS and city FEPS are subsidy resources. So it's not a unit per se, it's a subsidy. So again, depending on what you're eligible for, that work touches several agencies and then also the provider and then the processing. So for example, FEPS eligibility is dependent on you being an active cash assistance household member. And so, your cash assistant case have to be active. You have to have a child that's, under 18 in the household. And so you could be in shelter and eligible for FAPS. You could be in the community and eligible. So if you're in the community and you're moving, those applications come directly through home base to us. If you are staying, it goes through your benefit access center. If you're in the shelter, it comes through the shelter provider. So you can see it touches many different places. So there's not a FEPS unit and a city FEPS unit.
Okay, but are there units, are there vacancies in, you don't have to tell us now, but could you get back to the chair as to whether there are vacancies in those 3 or 4 divisions that you mentioned? I can't believe they're not. This is a whole to-do because obviously 23 days, 15 days, more staff means less time for the process. So that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I was asking. And also 44 people from July to September, but I guess would be good to know were there more for the fiscal year last year, but also could you get back to the chair about just some knowledge as to what happened with those 44? Obviously, in some cases, it's probably beyond your control.
Right.
But I think it would be helpful to have that information so that we can address it, can help you to address it. 44 is quite a few for that time period, I have to,
so
in my opinion.
To clarify, it's a monthly cohort, so the number is fluid. So I gave you the number for that quarter one.
No, I understand.
So,
I understand, but we can all help with these. I mean, we did stop one eviction also for the same reason. When I kick them out when they bring their papers. Put those papers back in the bag, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one final question regarding the renewal process. So I asked because I had a case like this the other day where an individual was reaching out to me because their renewal was up. They had submitted all of the documents and they had not heard back. And so the landlord was freaking out because they're like, are you going to get reapproved or not? And it's a fair question. And, as rent stabilized residents will, tell you, like, landlords have a responsibility to let you know what's going to happen, right, with your lease renewal at least 3 months ahead of time so that you have time to prepare. And I am just concerned that if the renewal takes effect July 1st, that we're not letting the individual or the landlord know until July 2nd, or June 30th. How far in advance does that work?
Thank you for that question, council member. So there's a couple of processing around the renewal. We've leveraged technology also on that end. So about a good third of participants get auto renewed. So that's done at month 11. As soon as the renewal is processed, those notices go out to the client and also go out to the landlord. The other place where we've leveled technology is that applicants can submit their renewal via Access HRA. That goes directly to the unit that's processing manually the renewal. And so we're continually monitoring the timeliness of that, but we're doing pretty well. We're getting those done. Again, if the renewal don't come in on time, we have flexible renewal policies, and so that within a 2-year period, we can easily get you back on the program, and we will pay back whatever the arrears for the subsidies are. So.
But is somebody communicating with the landlord during this time? Like, I think that's the problem, is that there's a lot of space in between, and landlords are becoming increasingly frustrated. And you know why this is important, because when the advantage, you remember that, Gail, the advantage voucher was out, which was a hot mess, and all of those landlords ended up, losing out on, that money, and all of those folks ended up going back into shelter. It left a really sour taste in, those landlords' mouths. And so that's why they're reluctant to accept these voucher programs, whether they legally can or not. I understand that. That was a big hit. And so we have to make sure that we are doing better about communicating, and not just saying, well, you know what, if you lose it, it's okay, because you can come back and then we can fix it later. There's a lot that, there's a consequence to that, right? Like there's a domino effect, if you will, that occurs once a person loses that, consistency, the comfort, the protections, that come with knowing that you're going to be able to afford to stay in this house, in this apartment. And so I find that a lot in government, and it's ironic that I ended up in government, because I'm often frustrated with it, because we keep saying the same thing. Well, we'll come back, oh, don't worry about it, because there's so many people in the system that it's hard to give that individual attention. But if we really took the time to just kind of step back and take a better, look, and create a unit that specifically addresses, considering the fact that the commissioner has stated many times that this is the largest subsidy program in the city.
Yeah.
The second largest. I think that merits having its own division.
I wanted to add that. I was waiting for you to give me a chance, but yeah, the reorg that we just underwent in the fall has an arm of operations, stakeholder outreach and engagement. We are going to be focusing on really tightening up and really expanding our landlord engagement and operations. Obviously, they're an important stakeholder that cannot be left behind in these conversations. Like, we spent a lot of time looking at processes and technology, but this is a stakeholder that we cannot, this work is not possible without them. So, strengthening that work is going to be critical into 2026. And technology is going to help us, as well as just making sure we have good customer service.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, because the knife cuts both ways. We need the landlords too, right?
Yeah.
We need to hold them accountable when that's necessary. But for the most part, they're good actors, and they're trying in good faith, right, to house folks. But they also have expenses that have to be paid. Then they should be paid on a timely basis, and they should know, with enough time, whether or not they're going to,
Be in or out.
be in,
Yeah.
be in a little bit of trouble. All right. Does any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I
yes.
have one just update on affordable housing services. There have been 835 units opened within this administration. 300 more have been awarded and are anticipated for calendar year 26. But we value this program immensely and think it's another great opportunity to kind of see this program grow into the future.
Perfect. No, I love that. I love that for you. Okay. Well, thank you all so much. And again, it's been, my distinct pleasure to work alongside all of you. And I wish you all success as well. And I know we'll see each other around. But thank you for making this experience, so much better.
Indeed.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a very, very, very 3-minute break, restroom break. So anybody that needs to use the restroom. And then we're going to call up Kezzy Thomas, Noan Cohen and Elizabeth McKee. So as soon as we get back, if you're in the room, you're next.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, okay. I wasn't. Thank you so much. You're the best. What hearing was it? Ah. I don't even feel bad now.
Maybe.
Sorry. Oh, hold on. We're gonna add Diana Ramos and Calvin Michael. Yes. Okay. We can begin this.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, good to see you, Councilmember Diana Ayala. Okay, hello, my name is Calvin Michael, and I'm a member of the Safety Net Activist Group of Activist Project, which is through the auspices of the Urban Justice Center. I'm here to speak about my experience accessing the City Fest voucher. I was residing at the Clark Thomas Men's Shelter when I first started the process of trying to get housed. It's a very difficult and draining experience. The staff at the shelters are not properly trained at all. My housing specialist was not helpful and constantly canceled our appointments. Neither the so-called housing specialist nor any other shelter staff explained that my options were for getting housed or not how to access the City Fest voucher or how to use it. Had to figure all of it out on my own. There was no adequate communication or information provided. These delays in just getting the proper support to get out of the shelter are a huge systematic problem. I've heard so many people discuss these problems and delays. I should not have been stuck in the shelter for 3 years. The staff of the shelter are not able to support everyone who are suffering in these horrible conditions. When I should have been housed and able to move out, there's no dignity in living like this in these unsanitary and unsafe conditions. And also was without Wi-Fi or air conditioning at the time with that shelter. Okay, now these administrative problems for folks living in the shelter and even for those outside the shelter are not just minor problems. They're extremely troubling and difficult. These delays take a huge toll on our mental, physical, and emotional health. Once I received the voucher, I was also given clear instructions on what I actually owed and what the discrepancies I was supposed to pay. Unfortunately, my source of information came from my future landlord. I didn't find out about the exact amount when I needed to pay until later, after I've already got the City First voucher. I still didn't know what I had to pay. So then, when I finally got the exact number, it was relayed to me, which was relayed to me earlier, so I could make my first payment. Okay, not enough can be said to address these issues. I'm making it my business to bring them to you now, to your attention to fight for them. As a person who faced homelessness for 7 years and spent 3 years in New York City shelter. Even though I'm an Ivy League graduate, I went to Columbia University in New York City. No one is safe from facing homelessness. The truth is that we're only 1 or 2 paychecks from being homeless. As a matter of fact, I can correct it. 1 paycheck, not 2, right? So, okay, we're 2 paychecks from being homeless. And to wrap it up, the Mayor Adams has failed to give homelessness folks the right while he was in office. So now what we're waiting for is Mondani administration. We're looking forward for new FEPS expansion laws to be implemented finally after 2023 when they're voted in. The Mayor-elect Mondani comes into office in January 2026, okay? So these new laws are also meant to get people out of the shelter faster. Housing is a dignity. Housing is a basic right. We need to expand access to housing, provide the meaningful support that is needed for homelessness folks, both in shelter and on the street, to get out and get into dignified housing right away. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And City Fest saved my life. Thank you. Very grateful.
Good afternoon to the City Council that are left and those that should have stayed. But thank you for allowing me to bring forth my experience of residing in the shelters and the process it took for me to get out. So let me introduce myself. My name is Elizabeth Mackey, and I used to work for Administration of Children's Services for 29 years, and I was also 7 years in teaching. Unfortunately, in January of 2019, going to a training at ACS, I literally died on a train, and for a whole year, I had to rehabilitate myself. I couldn't see, couldn't talk, couldn't have malfunction on my left side. So because I was a liability to the city, and my doctor said that I had, 99% brain damage, that I could no longer work in a stressful environment. So that broke my heart. So with that being said, I personally had to do I call it an early retirement, because of the fact that I already did my share of working for the city. I found myself using all my savings, trying to keep up on my rent, still, being there for my family. So here I go in the year of March 2022. I had to come to terms, because I couldn't do it no more, to go into the shelter. I didn't know what that was about, and it took a toll on me. But I did my own research to find out what that process was like, because I'm a type of person I did not like to actually be wasting no one time, and I don't like my time to be wasted because my time is very valuable like everybody else. So I did a lot of research. So after I got all my documents, got my COVID test, my TB test, got all my main paperwork, I had to literally pray to literally force myself to get into the shelter system, not knowing what that was going to be like. So when I went in there on March 16th, 2022, I was scared. I seen how people was being treated from day one. And I was like, wait a minute, these are shelters are supposed to be where people come in temporarily for safety, not to be actually abused by people that's supposed to be working in these shelter systems. But because of my faith and my belief, that I knew that I had a purpose of being there. I knew when God brought me back to life to figure out my purpose. And my purpose was there to expose the things that was going on in those systems. So I had to learn these systems. I had to learn what DHS was. I had to learn what DSS was. I had to learn about HRA, because even though I worked for the city in foster care, I used to refer parents to these systems, but not knowing about those systems because I didn't really need them, because I was working a good job and everything, providing for my family. So here I am, had to walk the walk, had to see what these systems was about. So during that course of me going there, they said, wait a minute, you have to wait until 90 days to get a voucher. I said, 90 days? I was like, no, I'm not waiting 90 days. I'm like a fear woman, and I'm like, I'm a child of God, and I'm like, I'm not waiting. That's crazy when some people been there for 5, 10, some longer. Why are you there that long? What is going on with the system? So I provided the worker with everything that was needed. And she like, Miss Mackey, you still need to be there. I was like, no, I do not. I said, I'm entitled to why I'm here. I need a voucher. This waiting period has to stop. So within 6 weeks, praise the Lord, that I received 2, not 1, 2 vouchers. I received a City Fest voucher within 3 weeks. And then 2 weeks after that, I received the emergency housing voucher. So I had to leverage, but here we go. The process of being processed over again. The paperwork. How you don't know how to spell my name. Out of all this time I've been in there. Been in the shelter for 1 year. They was getting my name spelled wrong. Because I'm disabled, they was submitting the paper that Social Security give you. Instead of you submitting my amount that I get, you were submitting the back part of it. So there's the little tactics that these workers was doing. And I had to let them know, stop messing with me. Stop doing this. Because you got to remember, DHS give them a packet, and they give them a checklist of what's supposed to be entailed in that packet. So for that being said, why are you submitting or not submitting my stuff when you got all my stuff in my record? So that was a problem. So even though that I waited for a year, and because of me being vocal, I was retaliated from one of the shelters that they requested me to move, because I wasn't just there to advocate for myself. I started advocating for others, because if you don't know your rights within the shelter system, they can take advantage of you. So what I did was that I adhere to their rules, because I didn't have a choice, because I didn't have nowhere to go. Understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, there are things that need to be critiqued with these systems, all the systems. Housing is a human right. That's what we say. That's what we chant. But when they understand what a human is, let's get that straight. We're all human beings. We are spiritual beings. When they get that right, then they would know that housing is a human right. Housing is very important, as it's stated in Isaiah 58, 6 through the 9th chapter. Understand that we're supposed to shelter the wandering. We're supposed to feed the hunger, clothes the naked. But those are the biblical principles that people tend to not follow. And it's a shame to understand that we here who have experienced, understand the policies. Thank God for policies. Thank God for bills. But you did not experience what I experienced. And even though that I had the grace of God on my side, I still, with that city that I lived in, experienced a horrible of just being in a shelter, waiting and waiting for a voucher. And it was wrong. And the whole thing is it's still wrong. Because people like me are still there fighting. And people are dying. See, the one thing that y'all didn't ask, how many people died by waiting for a voucher? And there's thousands of people like me that waited and they died. So what is the city doing? What are they failing? They're failing us. They're using us as commodity. Why? I didn't ask. I didn't ask for none of this. But if this is my journey to free my people, that's what I have to do.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for having me here this morning. My name is Kizzy Thomas, and I'm here to speak on why we must stop playing games with housing. Because the delays in the Department of Social Services process are not just numbers. They are years of a person's life, like my sister here said, lost to instability, fear, and uncertainty. My life-altering journey into homelessness reluctantly began in March 2023. I had been a full-time business owner here in New York, but after bankruptcy and facing serious health issues, I entered shelter for the first time. For 5 months, DSS continually marked me ineligible for shelter because they could not complete an inspection, even though all of my paperwork was correct. During that time, I faced rude treatment from the staff, unsafe conditions, and no path forward. So I left and moved in with my then fiance. When I re-entered shelter, I was 4 months pregnant and escaping an increasingly abusive relationship. Once again, DSS took another 5 months just to determine eligibility for shelter. My pregnancy became high risk, and with no support, no voucher, I returned to my daughter's father trying to survive. The third time I fled for my safety, I re-entered family shelter again and it was not treated as domestic violence. This time I was approved for shelter quickly, seemingly because of the domestic violence, in just 10 days, but then waited another 5 months for an approved CityFed's shopping letter. I searched everywhere for housing and was blessed to receive an approval through Housing Connect. But at the final step, I was hit with income discrimination. I appealed twice, both times denied. By then, my voucher had expired. I waited 2 more months for a renewal, losing apartment after apartment because I had no active shopping letter. When I finally secured a unit through HHA, I had to advocate for myself every step of the way just to move from shelter into my new home. Council members, this should not be normal. My case could have gone from entry to exit so much faster if DSS had clear procedures, consistent timelines, and accountability. Instead, what should take weeks took almost 3 years of my life. And I am just one example among hundreds of thousands. So giving honor to my faith, what carried me through my brokenness was prayer, faith, and the grace of God, expressed through WIN Advocates, the Family Action Board, and other nonprofits who became my destiny helpers when the system failed me. As an advocate, I now work with the Family Action Board under the Family Homelessness Coalition, a single mother and founder of a nonprofit Healing Spa Retreat Center. I urge you today, give families a real roadmap, enforce timelines, stop the delays, and stop playing games with housing. Human lives depend on it. My life depended on it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Noam Cohen. I'm a proud member and leader in our homelessness union at Vocal New York. Thank you, Councilwoman Brewer and Councilwoman Ayala, for hearing our testimony today. As you may have heard me say before, I currently live in a shelter myself in Brooklyn. The bills being considered today that will likely be voted on very soon get to the heart of several of the barriers that I've personally seen people in my shelter experience when trying to secure their housing. I'm 20 years old right now. I became homeless at the age of 18, fleeing a traumatic home environment. You know, I was a runaway. Well, not legally, but, you know, and I didn't want to go into a youth shelter. Didn't think that would be a safe option. Yeah, I wanted to emphasize that I speak strongly in favor of passing each of the bills that is being considered before the committee today. I sleep in a room each night with 22 roommates. I've personally seen these hoops and hurdles that so many folks in my shelter have had to jump through in order to get out. One gentleman I met, a man who was elderly, was supposed to get out in April of this year. That move-in date kept being moved back over and over and over again. This is an elderly man who's disabled, who walks with a cane, someone who in theory is supposed to be prioritized. But we all know that the reality is far different. There were minor paperwork errors, easily fixable, that kept him in another month, and then another month, and then another month, many of them on the part of HRA. These bills seek to change that. And I also wanted to talk about my good friend Jimmy, a loyal Vocal member, someone I got to know in my shelter, someone who slept right next to me in this room with 22 people. He had a lot of health issues. He was diabetic. He suffered a heart attack a few months ago in the shelter. And his caseworker called an ambulance for him and saved his life that day. And unfortunately, just a week or two ago, I heard news that after he had moved out, I got to visit him a few weeks ago. Very shortly after moving out, he's dead. He's dead because he wasn't provided the services that he desperately needed after getting out of shelter. He was pushed out because they knew he was a liability. They knew that if he didn't die in his new apartment, that he would die in shelter. This system far too often discards people like my good friend Jimmy, a friend that I really tried to help with a lot of things. And I only wish that I had that opportunity to help him with the things I promised to help him with. The last time I saw him, I told him that to please, you know, don't hesitate to reach out to me or any of our folks at Vocal about anything that he would about anything that he needed help with. And I didn't end up getting that opportunity. You know, Jimmy was failed by a system that discards people the moment that they need, the moment they're in dire need. Whether you're a runaway youth or whether you're elderly and disabled and in need of basic supportive services, he needed an aide. He needed an aide to accompany him at all times, but the shelter decided to put him in a place on his own, alone, and he died alone. And that's the part that's so devastating to me. You know, I've been grieving for this, you know, for this past week since I found out. And, you know, I've been inconsolable at times. I've tried to remember the good memories that we made. We made a lifetime of memories within the past year. And it wasn't good enough to save his life. This system kills people. This system kills people not just by denying them housing, not just through the hoops and the hurdles, the endless hoops and hurdles that I've seen so many people have to go through, whether it be voucher discrimination, whether it be the paperwork hurdles, whether it be people's basic services that people need, mental health services. He had a developmental disability as well, in addition to being diabetic, taking multiple medications, and having experienced a heart attack, got a stent put in just a month before he died.
Cohen, sorry.
Yeah, and I want to emphasize that someone in my shelter who's diabetic just last night had a seizure and had to be taken away by paramedics. He did not want to go to the hospital. Actually had to be forced there because he was, his blood sugar was very high. And it definitely reminded me of my good friend Jimmy. And it goes to, and staff wasn't even, staff told me they were not even allowed to touch a client to put them on their side when they're having a seizure, which is proper protocol. I had to do that this morning to just, until the paramedics arrived. And thankfully he was all right, but many people are not all right. People die due to the failures of the system to provide people's basic needs. And I want to thank both of you, frankly. Deputy Speaker Ayala, you have given so many people the opportunity, people whose stories, have far too long been ignored by people in positions of power, the opportunity to share their stories. And I can't thank you enough for that. You have amplified the stories of people who are in the most dire need, and you have been quite a fighter throughout your time in the council for people who are in need of housing, for people who are in need of services. And we're gonna miss you on this council. But I know that there are people who will carry on that fight, and we will make sure that Councilwoman Brewer, many others, not you? Yes, you. Yeah, I know you. I know you will. And we're gonna keep standing up for our communities. The best way to honor my friend Jimmy is to demand accountability from the system, whether it be providers that happily take money from the cities, that happily profit off of people like Jimmy despite nonprofit status, and then, kill those very people through their negligence. Whether it be holding landlords accountable who deny people housing due to the stereotypes of who people believe homeless folks are. The best way to change those narratives is to amplify the stories of people who are directly impacted. And we understand that very well here at Vocal.
Thank you.
And I want to say we'll continue fighting for a society in which people get the housing they deserve, the services they deserve, and where everyone in this great city gets to live in dignity. And I look forward to working with the council and the incoming mayor to do just that. Thank you so much.
Nice to see you again, fellow Diana. I'm no stranger to testimony, and I usually have a statement, and then I end up throwing it out anyway. But I'm going to read part of my statement because it does impact. As you know, I'm a member of the Safety Net Activist Group. I've been doing this for quite a few years and have actually decided to make it a career path in case Trump decides that my SSI don't deserve it anymore. So at least I have something on my resume. But so I'm going to be going back to school, and it's all because of doing this work. Because I want to be advocating for my community. I'm here to talk about my experience of accessing city FEPS while in shelter. So I was a resident of a women's shelter in the Bronx when I first applied. I got lucky, and I was in during the pandemic, so lucky for me. But the process for me was very draining and difficult. New to the city, didn't know what the heck was going on. I came from no services, Florida. I got all my paperwork in. That wasn't the issue. I'm very on top of that. But the issue was the long wait for approval, waiting to receive my shopping letter, and then the process of finding an apartment with little to no guidance or support. Yes, we did have a housing specialist, but they were like, no, you should go into, the special housing, because I had two different vouchers. I had City FEPS and the other one, and supportive housing, but they wanted me to room with someone. I have OCD. I don't room with anybody. Touch my stuff, it could be a big problem. So I said, no, I need my own place. And that wasn't working fast enough, so I went and did City FEPS. Again, trying to find an apartment. Out of desperation to get out of the shelter and exhausted from looking, I signed a lease with a company that does not care, doesn't take care of their buildings, nor do they do repairs in a timely manner. We have talked about Wavecrest before. It's Wavecrest, so if you're looking for an apartment, don't go to Wavecrest. I put that on the record. I was unaware of these issues at the time I signed my first lease. The apartment looked nice. Yeah, so lipstick on a pig's ear. After the apartment inspection and securing a lease, I waited an additional 3 weeks. 3 weeks for checks to be cut, given, and cleared before finally getting my keys to where I could move in. I was suffering in shelter for 18 months, and that's a short term compared to some others. But they were horrible conditions. I suffered from chronic illness, chronic pain, and CPTSD. There was no dignity in my living situation. The food was not adequate to provide me the nutrition I needed for as a diabetic with specific dietary needs. My mental health suffered from being triggered by constant fights and a lack of a place where I could completely decompress in silence when overwhelmed and or triggered. My anxiety was, there was no privacy. My overall health took a downward spiral. I'm just recovering from that now. I shouldn't have to look like that. No one should have to live like that. I should have been housed and moved out and be able to live on my own and continue my healing process. There isn't always enough staff at these shelters to support everyone. The staff is overworked and under extreme backlog due to HRA delays in processing applications and providing shopping letters in a timely manner. Administrative delays for folks living in shelter, and even those of us outside of shelter, are not just minor delays, they're extremely troubling, as we heard before. They took a toll on myself, having to figure out what was going on. Having to wait months for a shopping letter, finding an apartment, only to lose that apartment because HRA took too long to approve the lease or cut the checks to the landlord, and then having to start that process all over again. That is a hamster wheel I no longer want to be on. I am now looking for an apartment again because my living conditions are horrible. It's disheartening, depressing, and most of all frustrating. People need their own space. DHS and DSS needs to stop with the excuses and gaslighting. As the new administration comes in January, we all hope that they prioritize fixing these issues. Mayor-elect Mamdani promised us the expansion law's implementation since Adams decided that his cronies were better off than those of us New Yorkers. But we're going to hold him accountable, hold his new administration accountable. I'm gonna miss you as Deputy Speaker, and you heard my story for so long. I've also had friends who died a few months after leaving shelter, and a few years after leaving shelter. And they were in shelter 2, 3, 4 years. I got lucky, and the only reason why is because I advocate for myself. And now I'm taking my work from what I learned to do for myself as someone healing from massive traumas, and I'm putting that work towards community because it's important. And I am tired of hearing excuses. We're not prepared. We don't have those numbers. The gaslighting. I'm not even going to say from who, but we all know the gaslighting. That is abusive. We are being abused. We've already been abused. We're already traumatized. Homelessness is traumatizing. Eviction is traumatizing. Coming to New York and being abandoned at Penn Station, traumatizing. We don't need that. We need a strong safety net, especially after all this federal nonsense. We need to take care of our New Yorkers. We are a melting pot of many different communities. And I'm afraid that I'm not going to be able to find an apartment before my shopping letter expires. I need to. I have pests, I have roaches, I have mice. I already have to replace about 95% of everything in my apartment, including clothes, bedding, and appliances, toasters, coffee, very important coffee. So this is not fair. My apartment passed inspection but I'm still waiting for 2 outlets in my living room area and 3 GFIs, 1 in the bathroom and 2 in the kitchen, to be replaced. That was in 2021. They said they would have them replaced prior to me moving in, and they've never gotten replaced. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I wish you the best, and I'm going to miss seeing your face and being the other Diana in the room. But I know that we have
of DVS's operations and performance between June 2024 and March 2025 using a variety of sources of information. The assessment looked at 7 pillars of agencies' structure and operations, and they are leadership, strategy, and direction, service delivery for New Yorkers, relationships and collaboration, workforce development, financial and resources management, digital government, and measurement, analysis, and knowledge management. The Council's Compliance Division published its findings and recommendations in a report last March. The report noted that DVS was celebrating its 10th anniversary, which the Council felt it was an appropriate time to look back and evaluate its work in its first decade, as well as to look forward. And that's why we're really doing this, to look forward to its work for the next 10 years. Based on the analysis presented in the report, DVS was awarded an overall grade of C for its current level of performance. And again, grades are subjective. I taught for 40 years in CUNY, and grades are an evaluation, and it not necessarily always the most accurate. So take it for what it is. A grade of C was defined as adequate performance and capability, with some internal processes needing improvement. The report offered 7 key findings. DVS makes, and this is number 1, DVS makes an effort to meet veterans where they are likely to be. DVS has tried to use its resources wisely while recognizing that it cannot do it alone. There is a gap between DVS's reported practices and the experiences described by veterans and advocates. Continuity of care is critical to the long-term health, stability, and financial well-being of veterans. And DVS has created various support channels for veterans to access its services, and also collaborates with several government and nonprofit agencies on a number of initiatives. DVS needs to rebuild trust with the New York City veteran community, and DVS must do better in leveraging other New York City agencies to reach and to serve more veterans. Finally, the report provided 15 recommendations, and I'll cover some of them. Short-term and long-term planning, which is always very, very important. The operations of Veterans Resource Centers, which we've expanded. The communication methods to use with veterans, continuity of care, call tracking and monitoring, relationships with veterans advocates and veteran service organizations, VSOs, and DVS staffing, contracting, digital strategy, and more. At the committee's first hearing on the report last April, the commissioner responded to each recommendation, noting that DVS would implement many of them, and also noting that DVS felt that a few were not warranted. And maybe the commissioner will touch upon that today. About 7 months later, I look forward to hearing the commissioner's review of the 15 recommendations and the current status of each one. And I know from the testimony the commissioner has presented at hearings since last April that some progress has been made on important recommendations. So I look forward to hearing about them today. And before turning to the business at hand, I would like to just make one comment on behalf of a special group of veterans as we wind up November, which is National Veterans and Military Families Month. This story comes out of Martgraten in the Netherlands. the site of the Netherlands American Cemetery, where more than 8,000 U.S. soldiers who fought in World War II are buried. Last year, our committee voted on Councilmember Menin's resolution that commemorated the 80th anniversary of D-Day. The resolution was later adopted by the entire council. The resolution told about the rows and rows of graves of 9,386 Americans, most of whom died on the beaches of Normandy and in the ensuing campaign, whose sacrifices are forever honored at Normandy's American Cemetery and Memorial in Colleville-sur-Mer, France, on the site of the cemetery established by the U.S. First Army on June 8th, 1944. The graves of American soldiers marked by white crosses and stars of David in foreign cemeteries are, of course, sacred. Just last month, 2 displays commemorating the role of black soldiers in World War II were removed by our federal government from the visitor center at the Netherlands American Cemetery. In fall 1944, the U.S. Army's 960th Quartermaster Service Company, a mostly black unit, arrived in Margraten to dig graves at the newly created cemetery. First Lieutenant Jefferson Wiggins told of seeing soldiers under his command crying as they dug those graves. So this month, Janice Wiggins, his widow, said this, quote, "The removal of the displays is disrespectful to black American soldiers who served and to their legacies and their families certainly cherish," quote, unquote. Local Dutch residents in Margraten also have brought flowers to these American graves for decades. The Dutch officials have called for the reinstatement of the displays at the cemetery to honor the 172 black soldiers who came to liberate Europe and are now buried on Dutch soil. So I want to say that this committee honors, I want to say this to Ms. Wiggins, Mrs. Wiggins, that this committee honors your husband's service, as well as the service of all black American soldiers in World War II, including and especially those who are buried on foreign ground. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues who are here today. We have Councilmember Simca Felder, and on Zoom, we have Councilmember Areola, and Sandy Nurse was here, and she's going to return, so we look forward to her participation. I'd also like to thank, this is my final Veterans Committee hearing as chair, and I'll be leaving the council after 8 years, and I cherish my time on this committee and working with the commissioner and DVS. They're friends, and I consider you guys family because we work so closely together. But I'd like to also thank my committee staff who worked hard, Alejandro Caraval, our committee counsel to my right, Regina Paul, she's somewhere floating around, our senior policy analyst, and Margaret Bonsley, our financial analyst. And finally, I want to thank my Chief of Staff, Daniel Cazina, who's in the back there, whose birthday is today. Okay, council member, I was just told Councilmember Palladino is on Zoom also. So I'd like to turn it over to our committee counsel to administer the oath to witnesses from the administration. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hands, and I will call on each of you individually. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and to respond honestly to council members' questions? Commissioner Hendon?
I do.
Nicole Orlando?
I do.
Danae Smalls?
I do.
Thank you. As a reminder to all of our witnesses, please state your name prior to your testimony for the record. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Holden, members of the Veterans Committee, U.S. military service members past and present, and veteran community supporters, benefactors, and allies. My name is James Hendon. I'm proud to serve as Commissioner of the New York City Department of Veteran Services. Joining me today is Nicole Orlando, Deputy Chief of Staff and Director of Veteran Transition, and Donna Smalls, Executive Director for Housing Support Services. We are honored to appear before you in this discussion that follows up on the points made in the April 2025 City Council DVS scorecard. First and foremost, I'd like to once again thank and acknowledge all who were part of this process. I want to acknowledge our team at DVS, many of whom contributed to the agency's response. I would also like to recognize those in the council who are directly involved in this. By unit, I'd like to call out the City Council compliance, data operations, web development, Committee on Veterans, event and production services, oversight and investigations, and those who contributed to the editing of this document. Last but not least, I'd like to recognize all veterans and community advocates who contributed. Any day when we are talking about veterans is a good day. I recognize that we all have different roles, but everyone's unified goal who's involved in this process is to see better outcomes and services delivered to the U.S. military service members past and present and their loved ones in this great city. Before getting into the weeds on certain aspects of our response to the scorecard and where the agency stands in the wake of the report at this time, I want to acknowledge certain foundational issues in what is a well-intentioned but in certain places flawed analysis. For one thing, I want to remind the council that DVS estimates there to be more than 200,000 veterans in New York City, especially when accounting for those who either A, currently serve in the military of all components, active duty, guard, and reserve, or B, are former guardsmen and reservists who were never placed on active duty status. The Census Bureau does not count these groups. As an example, I, Commissioner of the NYC Department of Veteran Services, have served in the military for 23 years. 7 as an active duty officer who deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, 16 as an U.S. Army reservist. I am still serving. I am not counted in the Census Bureau's data as being a veteran. That said, while we estimate that more than 200,000 veterans live in New York City, according to a city council spokesperson who communicated with the media when the report was released, quote, only 21 people were surveyed as part of the report, end quote. 21 out of more than 200,000 veterans is less than 0.01% of our community. The size, makeup, and method of selection limit what can be inferred, repeatedly leaning on this small group throughout the report without clearly noting those limitations does the analysis a disservice. This brings me to my second point. Leaders from the largest veteran service organizations in New York City were not included in this discussion. The VSOs that have a strong enough presence in New York City to have paid full-time staff operating in the 5 boroughs at the time of the council's analysis were the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Disabled American Veterans, Wounded Warrior Project, Blue Star Families, Black Veterans for Social Justice, and Hope for the Warriors. No senior person from each of these VSOs participated in the council's surveys nor its discussions to our knowledge. I'm speaking of no district commander for the American Legion or VFW, no leadership from the DAV Department of New York, no person who leads the New York City teams for the Wounded Warrior Project, Blue Star Families, or Hope for the Warriors, and no one at the C-suite level from Black Veterans for Social Justice, New York City's largest homegrown veteran service organization. We respect the views of the 21 participants. We also believe that omitting senior VSO port voices, those with scale, caseload, and citywide reach, constrains the utility of the findings. For future surveys, please start with the question, who are the largest actors in this domain, and are there senior leaders at the table? That approach will strengthen any conclusions drawn. The last thing I want to touch on before we discuss the scorecard is its contradictions. In many cases, one page says one thing, another page says something else, or what is said in the scorecard does not match with reality. Case in point, Borden Avenue Veterans Residence is a Department of Homeless Services run shelter with select beds that are subsidized by the VA that exclusively houses veterans in New York City. One page says DVS has no presence at Borden Avenue Veterans Residence. Another page says the truth, which is that we maintain a daily presence at Borden Avenue. One page of the report says that DVS is not transparent about data. Another page points out that DVS makes information available through the open data portal, mayor's management reports, and local law reporting. I would also like to point the public to nyc.gov/vetreports, a website where we publish our data-related information, reporting, and outputs. One page says that DVS does not provide descriptions of roles in the agency. A description of each role in the agency, along with explanations of our methods of data collection, definitions for specific terms, summaries of our programs, and DVS's overall performance information, can be found in the annual report that we submit in accordance with Local Law 44 of 2019. This too can be found on nyc.gov/vetreports. Most erringly, one page says that our work, quote, has not translated to consistent improvement of services, communication, or outreach, end quote. Meanwhile, the most recent mayor's management report shows increases in each of the following metrics when you compare the averages of FY22 and 23 to FY24 and 25. Veterans and their families served by DVS. 345% increase from an average of 2,203 veterans and families served in FY22 and 23 to an average of 9,811 served in FY24 and 25. Requests from veterans and their families. 518% increase from an average of 5,058 requests in FY22 and 23 to an average of 31,262 requests in FY24 and 25. Public engagement events attended by DVS to promote veteran resources. 48% increase from an average of 196 events in FY22 and 23 to an average of 291 events in FY24 and 25. Online site visits. 113% increase from an average of 77,025 visits in FY22 and 23 to an average of 163,870 visits in FY24 and 25. Homeless veterans and their families who received housing through DVS's Veteran Peer Coordinator program, 59% increase from an average of 88 who received housing in FY22 and 23 to an average of 140 in FY24 and 25. I've said this before. If I am grading a student who has significantly improved their performance in key metrics, anywhere from a 48% increase to a 518% increase, 518% is more than fivefold. While I can find flaws in anyone, including that student, it is difficult for me to say that the student's grade should be a C. Apart from the less than 0.01% of the community's comments, which excluded feedback from leadership of New York City's largest veteran service organizations, you have to do things positively in the fields of leadership, service delivery, collaboration, workforce development, digital government, and knowledge management to drive an organization towards an impactful place. We believe we are accomplishing that objective. Now, there are pro tips and findings worthy of being acknowledged in the scorecard, many of which we will get to. I want to make sure that we do not accept every single word written in the document as gospel. Like human beings, these things are messy. It is important to separate the wheat from the chaff in determining what is key as we look to improve the delivery of services to veterans in the city of New York. To reconcile the findings of the report between what select respondents communicated and how we see things at DVS. The, at most, 21 respondents, in my opinion, want DVS to be at maturity with its processes and systems right now, want DVS to receive enhanced resources to perform its work right now, and want DVS to fulfill the needs which can be seen in New York City's veteran community right now. This is all understandable and acceptable. We agree to those challenges. For DVS, we view things through the following lenses. How do we address current needs while operating in a land of constraints, doing the best we can with what we have? This is in light of limited resources triggered by the 2020 to 2023 COVID-19 pandemic and the 2022 to 2025 New York City migrant crisis. How can we address current needs being mindful of our entire charter? Per Chapter 75 of the New York City Charter, the NYC Department of Veteran Services is tasked to assist and inform veteran and military families in the areas of healthcare, housing, benefits, culture, education, and employment. How do we address current needs while looking to empower all veterans, not just those on one side of the bell curve? Next things we think about are how do we galvanize partners such that the onus to serve our brothers and sisters and their loved ones does not fall on one entity, but on all of us, city, state, federal, public, private, nonprofit, from domains including but not limited to academia, industry, government, the philanthropic space, entrepreneurship, and finance. Most significantly, while addressing current needs, which can be seen, how do we build an agency that can respond to the three existential challenges facing our community, needs that are comparatively unseen? Those existential challenges are, A, a majority of veterans do not self-identify. A reminder that the self-identification rate, according to the VA in FY23, was 34.3% nationwide, 29.8% in New York State, and 24.1% in New York City. B, the VA does not market its services. The FY26 budget for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is $441.3 billion. It is second only to the budget for the Defense Department. A line item specific to marketing appears nowhere in the VA's budget documents. For perspective, the VA's budget consists of 5 volumes with a total length of 1,588 pages. Not displaying a budget for marketing is a glaring and intentional error. C, the veteran population is declining. The VA projects an annual rate of decline of 1.82% nationally and 3.19% in New York State. Year-over-year census data suggests a 4.83% annual rate of decline in New York City. We need to persuade current New York City veterans to stay and transitioning active duty service members to live, learn, and work here. Established on April 8th 2016. DVS is 9 years old. Our first 3 years of existence, 2016 to 2019, centered on logistically establishing ourselves as a department and functioning primarily as a referral agency. The last 6 years, 2020 to 2025, has seen the agency expand to become a referral and services institution. Our approach over the past several years to address current and existential challenges has been, 1, obtain veteran data so that we can learn who our constituents are. We've worked to obtain veteran information at the city, state, and federal levels. We also obtain veteran contact information from our own events and core programming. DVS leads other states in collaborating to obtain transitioning service member contact information from the Defense Department. This approach has enabled us to grow from having contact information for approximately 5,000 New York City veterans in 2019 to more than 150,000 veterans in 2025. 2, build offerings that inspire veterans and their loved ones to self-identify. Our direct services are housing, claims, and employment. We fill gaps not being filled in the existing ecosystem in each of those areas. Further, DVS continues to make referrals where applicable, as we have always done. Synergies, that is, programs with partners where 1 + 1 = 3, new policies, and new laws passed are ways that we create new offerings, sharing the burden all around. Our hope, one of our many offerings, is strong enough to draw each veteran community member from darkness into the light. Examples of offerings that I'm speaking of include, but are not limited to, for healthcare, the Veteran Feeding Program provides food insecure veterans with access to meals, nyc.gov/vetfood. The Veteran Mental Health Coalition, a community of practice for mental health and social services professionals who currently and potentially will interact with military-connected New Yorkers, nyc.gov/vetmentalhealth. For housing, which is all at nyc.gov/vethousing, the Mitchell-Lama Veterans Preference Transparency. Now, veterans can see how many people are using the Mitchell-Lama Veterans Preference to be housed in each Mitchell-Lama development. This organically evens out the Veterans Preference wait lists for Mitchell-Lama housing. Hearing, vision, and mobility units in Housing Connect. DVS and the VA can sign off verifying service-connected hearing, vision, and mobility disabilities for veterans applying for disability set-aside units in Housing Connect. The Housing Connect Veterans Preference. There now exists a Veterans Preference in Housing Connect. Specifically, there's a 10% preference for municipal employees and U.S. military veterans. The VS Home Loan. A veteran who's eligible for Sony May in New York City, in the New York City region, Westchester, Long Island, and the 5 boroughs, needs to only provide 1% of the purchase price to purchase a house, condo, or co-op. Sony May, through participating lenders and in some cases the Hebrew Free Loan Society, provides financing to the veteran household to cover the remaining balance. This includes closing costs. In New York City, a household with 1 or 2 people is eligible for Sony May if their household income is $194,400 or less. A household with 3 or more people is eligible for Sony May if their household income is $226,800 or less. nyc.gov/homes for veterans. It benefits the Valone Veterans Initiative, a full-time Veterans of Foreign Wars veteran service officer, works out of each city council member's district office 1 day per month. nyc.gov/vetvalone. Mission Vet Check. Volunteers call more than 15,000 veterans per year to check in on them, thank them for their service, and make sure that they take advantage of the benefits and offerings. nyc.gov/vetcheck. For culture, the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer program, DVS supports more than 25 community-led, hyperlocal wellness activities throughout New York City. Activities include, but are not limited to, chess, yoga, equine therapy, and pickleball. Each activity serves to normalize help-seeking behavior amongst veteran and military families. nyc.gov/vetdwyer. The Veteran Voices Project, a program which enables veteran community members to record their oral histories and archive the recordings with the Municipal Archives and Library of Congress. nyc.gov/vetvoices. In education, the Veteran Tuition Award Program expansion. As of this year, the scholarship provided by the State of New York to veterans, the Veterans Tuition Award, has been expanded to include combat and non-combat veterans. nyc.gov/vetstudents. The Military Family Advocate Program. Department of Education principals identify representatives, 1 per school, to be trained by DVS and serve as a liaison for military-connected students, staff, and faculty. nyc.gov/vetMFA. For employment, Vet Jobs. Vet Jobs is an aggressive care coordination specific to job seekers. Vet Jobs assesses a job seeker, determines the best employment and/or workforce development option for them, then connects the person to said opportunity. In situations where no other provider is able to assist the veteran, DVS steps in, providing direct support. This is often the case with veteran community members who are applying for public sector jobs and/or those who need to navigate New York City and New York State programs like NY Helps. 55A. 55B, and 55C, nyc.gov/vetjobs. The Veteran Business Leadership Association, an effort which provides veteran business owners with professional mentorship, technical assistance, certification support, networking opportunities, and promotion through being featured in our map of veteran and military spouse-owned businesses, nyc.gov/vetbizmap. More details in general are at nyc.gov/vetbusiness. And then 3, part of our approach to address existential challenges has been to continue refining our operations, processes, and core functions. There's been a great deal of growth since DVS was first established in 2016. Back then, into our first 3 years, the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, DCAS, effectively held our hands as we performed administrative duties such as payroll and timekeeping, human resources, information technology, fiscal operations, equal employment opportunity, legal, logistics, and compliance. Now, we do those things independently. From a process standpoint, key milestones that DVS has reached as of late are: A, the department is more active in processing City Council discretionary contracts. Starting in FY27, all City Council discretionary awards for veteran programs valued at $25,000 or less will be processed by the Department of Veteran Services. B, in FY26, DVS changed technology partners for our online services platform, VetConnect NYC. We now use a provider, Combined Arms, which is a for us, by us, veteran-owned and operated organization. The new VetConnect platform more easily dovetails with DVS, client, and community needs. To that point, all DVS workflows and procedures specific to client services are being captured in VetConnect. C, the department will execute its first multi-year master agreement contract complete with a list of winning vendors to support the PFC Joseph P. Dwyer program, funding for Dwyer program providers starting in FY27. To pan back, the charter for the agency tasks DVS to assist and inform veteran and military families in the areas of healthcare, housing, benefits, culture, education, and employment. Among other things, DVS has spent the past 9 years building the agency and establishing offerings in each charter-mandated space. We deliver those offerings through either providing direct services, once again, our direct services are housing, claims, and employment, making referrals, or collaborating with stakeholders to execute synergies. The meta strategy tied to our work is connect, mobilize, empower. Connect. We, DVS, and the broader veteran service ecosystem learn who the NYC veteran community is. Mobilize. The NYC veteran community learns who we are and what we have to offer. Once again, speaking beyond DVS, the we includes all who provide veteran services, benefits, and support. Empower. We serve them, veterans and their loved ones. These 3 phases, connect, mobilize, empower, have overlap. Some portion of them is always occurring at the same time. That being said, the principal energy of this agency in its first 9 years has been focused on connect, in addition to being born. We are in a period of transition as DVS shifts its focus to mobilize. Veterans will learn who we are doing mobilize because we now offer several things that can capture people's attention and draw them into the light. They can then be served by us. Our offerings are rooted in access, affordability, and opportunity. We've spent years building an apparatus that can absorb what comes when getting to the future state of empower. Empower at 100% means that you have maximum self-identification, coupled with maximum utilization of benefits, coupled with best-in-class execution of partnerships. We have been focused like a laser on building an ecosystem capable of performing at this level. For the scorecard on parks, the assessment team compared New York City to San Francisco, the Parks Department, excuse me. The assessment team compared New York City to San Francisco, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Minneapolis. In our space, because New York City is the only municipality with a Veteran Services Department, not a commission, board, or an office, we're home to so many veterans. The best organizations to compare us to at the state level are state level Departments of Veteran Services for states with comparable veteran population sizes. Those are Iowa, whose Department of Veterans Affairs is 47 years old, Connecticut, 80 years old, New Mexico, 22 years old, and Vermont, at least 107 years old. For context, New York State's DVS is 80. When you look at those peers, and most states and territories, few are built to attack the 3 existential problems the way that we are. Once again, the existential problems facing the veteran community are 1, low self-identification, 2, a lack of VA marketing, and 3, population decline. Few departments position themselves to be proactive like us with an eye towards engaging all veterans. The reason? There's reluctance to innovate in the face of resource constraints. With partners, you can build a network that is able to receive an influx of veteran service requests and resolve them as they come. Without partners, Veteran service agencies find themselves in a chicken versus egg dynamic of, I don't want to aggressively market veterans benefits and services because I'm incapable of addressing a massive number of requests if they arrive. Our posture at DVS is both and. We market as we scale, so demand grows in step with capacity. We pair outreach with service readiness, then use what we learn from intake and fulfillment to tighten the loop. And we do it with partners so the system can absorb a surge, triage quickly, and keep faith with the people we bring in. Without that partner network, agencies become restrained. With it, you can create demand and meet it responsibly. That is what it means for us to be on offense and helping veterans and their families in New York City. When addressing the needs of today, we are endeavoring to build an agency and a broader veteran support ecosystem, which will make it easier for veterans to self-identify, live, learn, and thrive in the 5 boroughs decades from now, well into tomorrow. And I want to repeat, we're doing all of these things in support of the future and all New York City veterans, while presently achieving more than 3-fold growth in the number of veterans and their families served, more than 5-fold growth in the number of service requests we respond to, 48% growth in the number of public engagement events we attend promoting veteran resources, more than 2-fold growth in the number of visits to the DVS website, and a 59% increase in the number of homeless veterans and their families who receive housing through the DVS Veteran Peer Coordinator Program. Regarding the scorecard and our actions in response to its major critiques, things not already mentioned, the strategy for DVS, along with short, midterm, and long-term goals, now appears on the agency's website at nyc.gov/vetmission. The master digital strategy plan for DVS is posted on nyc.gov/vetmedia. The data sharing policy for DVS is posted on nyc.gov/vetreports. A formal feedback form can now be found at nyc.gov/vetcontact. A greater degree of case-related details and a smarter grouping of client requests and descriptions is incorporated into the combined arms technology that now undergirds VetConnect NYC. During this fiscal year, FY26, 6 positions were added to DVS's headcount, which will implicitly increase the level of quality assurance and quality control from an internal checks and balances standpoint. Those positions are 3 coordinators who have been added to our housing support services team and 3 who have been added to our veteran support services team, also known as the VA Claims Unit. During this fiscal year, 2 positions were added to DVS's headcount, which will explicitly increase the level of quality assurance and quality control of our reporting and actions. Those positions are VetConnect NYC Coordinator. 1 person will oversee, help optimize, and internally evaluate the flow of all of our VetConnect services and referrals. Senior Advisor for Operations. The Senior Advisor for Operations will provide command and control over the Housing Support Services team and the Veteran Support Services team. This will be an added layer of internal oversight, quality assurance, and quality control. Leaders of the VSS and HSS units will report to the Senior Advisor for Ops. Since the scorecard was published in April of 2025, DVS has executed agreements which allow us to share veteran contact information, broken down to the district level, with all community boards, borough presidents, and city and state legislators in New York City. One by one, we're currently executing similar agreements with federal elected officials. There's several benefits to doing this, one to point out, which addresses a scorecard criticism. If all of us, DVS, community boards, borough presidents, city council members, state assembly members, state senators, congressmen, senators, etc., if all of us send mailings to the veterans in our catchment areas at least 1 time per year, then we will have significantly amplified the level of non-digital outreach to older veterans in the community. I've just mentioned key areas of feedback where we are able to respond. Key areas where we were not able to respond or did not respond are: our Veteran Support Services team meets remotely and when needed in person physically with clients who are not able to meet during traditional business hours. This is a more efficient use of time and resources, one where we can flex to the veteran, meeting them closer to where they are as opposed to having members of our VSS team positioned in a stationary location on nights and weekends. DVS is unable to share its ideal number of employees. No agency can. We do not want to get in the way of or without knowing negatively impact delicate budget negotiations that are ongoing between the mayor and city council. These types of conversations transcend DVS and have ripple effects on other agencies and efforts. For that reason, it is above our level to explicitly weigh in on these matters when it comes to us. Recognizing these constraints, we endeavor to be as open and transparent as possible on all other veteran services-related issues. We pray that our participation in these Veterans Committee hearings, of which there are 9 to 11 hearings per year, we attend all hearings from start to finish, provide council members and the public with an accurate depiction of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for our agency and New York City's veteran community as a whole. The Department of Veteran Services follows New York City human rights law. As of 2017, the law prevents discrimination on the basis of being or having been a uniformed services member. This means that DVS as an employer cannot discriminate against someone for being a member of the uniformed services. Conversely, we cannot discriminate against someone for not being a member of the uniformed services. We hire the best person for each job. We promote our job openings to the veteran community, posting them in our weekly newsletter and sharing them with veteran and military spouse-focused workforce development partners. That said, these opportunities are also found on nyc.gov/jobs. That website, City Jobs, is the official portal for all who seek employment with the City of New York. All are welcome and encouraged to apply to work at DVS. For perspective, when looking at the number of veteran employees at DVS compared to our authorized strength, 34% of our headcount as of this month is filled by veterans. That is 17 out of 50 positions. The next closest agency to DVS in this metric is the FDNY at 8.4%, followed by the Sanitation Department at 5%, followed by the NYPD at 4.8%, followed by the Department of Corrections at 4.7%. While 34% of DVS employees have served in the U.S. military, 25% of U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs employees have served in the armed forces as of September 2024, based on the most recent available data. 70% of the veterans employed at DVS are community coordinators. 3 of our employees, or 6%, are military spouses. As mentioned in the report, DVS holds annual veteran summits, roundtables with specific groups, i.e. veteran street vendors, housing advocates, mental health providers, Hispanic veterans, etc. We attend community board meetings. We have a Contact the Commissioner page on the DVS website. We proctor a military community survey every 2 to 4 years. We participate in all NYC Veterans Advisory Board meetings, and we hold 3 to 5 community engagement sessions each year. For community engagement sessions, along with advertising the virtual sessions in our newsletter, on social media, and the DVS website, we invite more than 240 community benefits organizations, more than 160 veteran service organizations, and the staffs of all city, state, and federal legislative officials who represent New York City to attend. Separate from individual stakeholder meetings, we attended more than 300 public events in FY25. The council engaged 21 people about DVS. For the subset of those 21 respondents who have issues with the agency, there are several forms through which that feedback can be shared, including completing our newly created feedback form, which is located at nyc.gov/vetcontact. The NYC Veterans Advisory Board is an example of a group that had feedback about DVS operations, which we responded to. The City Council hearing held on September 22nd, 2025 about the VAB illustrated our response. Our memo responding to the 2024 Veterans Advisory Board report can be found at nyc.gov/vetboard. If these advocates, and I do not believe I've seen all the people referenced in the report attend City Council hearings, we don't know who they are. If these advocates do not want to meet with us, do not wish to engage DVS directly, and do not wish to attend DVS-connected activities or other veteran forums where they can provide feedback and will be present, then we encourage them to continue communicating with us through the council. We have no issues if you choose to do this discreetly. We ask that you continue to be part of the conversation. To all who offered feedback to the agency through this scorecard, there is value in saying something. Thank you for what you did. Look no further than the developments that have arisen from this report to see that you have a voice. Reflecting on all that has been said thus far, the long view to me. First, a child is a different person every 6 months. DVS, relatively a child in New York City government, is 9 years old. We are a growing, learning, and self-correcting organization. Add to that, building programs where government is involved and there are resource constraints is a process. This is not to mention that a majority of our clients do not self-identify as veterans. And growing to reach maturity, these things take time. For an advocate who took issue with something they saw from DVS at a specific moment at age 3, we need to acknowledge that age 3 is not the same as age 5, which is not the same as 7, which is not the same as 9 or 10 or beyond. For those observing us, please ask the rhetorical questions. Is DVS listening to feedback? Is the agency correcting itself? Are they improving? Second, in public service and in government, historically, there's a lag between when a policy innovation is executed and when it penetrates and is fully realized by those who would benefit from it. I think that's where we are right now. You will see a situation very soon where more veterans come to us equals all in the veteran services ecosystem, for help getting money from the VA, for access to veterans' affordable housing, and for life-changing employment and entrepreneurial opportunities, among other amenities. This is already happening in real time. Viewing it from the outside, it's hard for some to distinguish a direct service from a referral from a synergy. Based on how things traditionally work, it's easy to say all this should and likely is being done by DVS, when in actuality, we are executing a team approach. An outsider views these synergies and offerings and assumes DVS is doing too much, they're spread too thin, when in reality, our partners are performing the heavy lifting. Moreover, if all that we did was focus on the basics and not put these offerings together, then at best, we would increase New York City's veteran self-identification rate from 24.1% to the national average of 34.3%, putting aside the issue of veteran population decline. But we're not putting that issue aside, and we're not settling for 34.3%. Our goal is to punch through the target and reach a 100% veteran self-identification. As surely as a goal in the veteran community is to bring the veteran unemployment rate to zero, the veteran suicide rate to zero, and the veteran homeless population to zero, we will settle for nothing less when it comes to the number of veterans in New York City who do not self-identify. We want that number to be zero as well. This means that all veterans will tell people that they have served. They will allow themselves to receive earned benefits, honors, and services. We're committed to accomplishing that goal. We're playing for the long term. We're coming for everybody. To the veterans, you committed to protect all of us. We commit to serve all of you. We are so grateful to the Speaker and the Council for being on this journey with us. Despite some of our issues with the report, it means the world to us that you have dedicated these resources and time towards DVS being our best. It was an honor to be the first in this process. As I said, any day when we're talking about veterans is a good day. A separate topic, recognizing that this is the end of the year and the end of the administration's term. For the record, things that the City Council has done well and things where collectively there can be improvement in the eyes of DVS follow. First, the great things. Expanding the Veterans Advisory Board to include veteran family members. Codifying Vet Connect NYC. Passing Local Law 37, which includes veteran identifier questions on client-facing city forms. Creating the Valone Veterans Initiative, which has a VFW-accredited veteran service officer working each council member's district office, delivering services to their constituents once per month. Passing Intro 740 of 2024, the Cold War Veterans Property Tax Exemption, which will become law this month. Valued at $10 million per year, this is the largest city investment into the veteran community since the creation of DVS. It is larger than that by a dollar amount. And then growing DVS by 25% manpower-wise with the adopted FY26 budget, and then the City Council scorecard process. Areas of improvement. To council members who have not done so yet, please reach out to DVS or the Council Connect team to obtain contact information for the veterans in your district. Ask the Local Law 37 questions on constituent intake forms at your district offices. Those questions are, paraphrasing, have you or a member of your household ever served in the U.S. Armed Forces? If so, do you consent to being contacted by DVS? Formally add veteran representation to the Street Vendor Advisory Board. Codify the Veteran Business Leadership Association. Increase council discretionary funding to veteran-serving nonprofits. With the exception of the Valone Veterans Initiative, which we are eternally grateful for, there was no increase to the level of Schedule C funding dispersed in the field of veteran services from FY23 through FY26. Have all groups that receive city tax levy dollars to serve the veterans communicate with DVS so that at a minimum, we can work with them to enhance their outreach. Beyond that, we can also provide those who need it with military cultural competency training and other support. And then for the few city council district offices that have not yet scheduled recurring office hours with the VFW in support of the Valone Veterans Initiative, please do so. Lastly, I want to thank the Veterans Committee of the City Council for its service. Acknowledging committee members Chair Robert Holden, Councilmember Christy Marmorato, Councilmember Vicky Palladino, Councilmember Joanne Ariola, Councilmember Sandy Nurse, and Councilmember Simca Felder. Thank you for your leadership. To the departing members, Chair Holden and Councilmember Marmorato, thank you for your service. This is not goodbye. Once a member of the veteran community, always a member. Please continue to contribute to the conversation about what we can do to help U.S. military service members past and present, along with their caregivers, survivors, and families. Finally, the NYC Department of Veteran Services can be reached via telephone at 212-416-5250. Say it again, 212-416-5250. Email at connect@veterans.nyc.gov. Once again, connect@veterans.nyc.gov. Online at nyc.gov/vets. Once again, it's nyc.gov/vets. And through social media using the handle @NYCVeterans. Once again, the handle is @NYCVeterans. God bless you, God bless the city of New York, and God bless America. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Commissioner. You saved the best for last. That was really enlightening, and I want to say hard-hitting, because I would not disagree with anything you said. And the fact that anytime you try to grade an agency that's woefully underfunded by everyone. And what you just mentioned about the member initiatives or discretionary funding, we've been fighting, this committee's been fighting to try to increase that. We haven't been successful. And, but I also, both sides of City Hall have not supported a DVS. And I'll say that for the record. And I'll say that, I said that to the mayor, I said that to the speaker, and that's a shame. And it's a shame because if we put the money into DVS, we would see an increase not only in veteran support services from the VA and from other agencies, but it would certainly help the tax base. Our veterans would get more money, and that would certainly help New York City and, of course, veterans. So your testimony was enlightening and true. And I thank you again for your service. I could not think of a better commissioner to work with in my 4 years on this committee as chair. And I think everybody will agree with that who's worked with you. So again, that's neither here nor there at this point because I'm going to ask some questions, but you answered a lot of them in the testimony because I have a few questions here about leadership, strategy, and direction. And you answered you published the report card recommended that DVS publish short and long-term agency strategic plans, and you've done that on your website. You obviously the stakeholders, VSOs and CBOs and service members contributed. In looking at the and the scorecard, again, it's subjective. I wouldn't have given the agency a C, but that's me because I know what the agency's up against. I know the expanded roles that you've taken from referral to obviously a lot more. And you mentioned about growing as an agency and comparing it to state agencies is unfair. So I think your assessment is right on. And just the fact that we expanded the veteran resource centers and trying to get more flexible with the hours and doing more on that, it was very important. Tell me about, now you mentioned a budget. We had talked about this before, like a budget that you should have. If we doubled the budget, it still wouldn't be enough, I think. That means so if we got $5 million, you were allocated $5+ million each year, and then I think now it's $7 million.
Yes,
a little more than that. But to reach every one of the 200,000 veterans, I would think we'd have to quadruple, and to do a regular mailing. But as far as what you mentioned about council members helping and this committee helping, I think certainly we could do a mailing to all the veterans. Our council can do it. That we could try to get them to self-identify and just try to say that and make a case of why they should self-identify. So I think this council, before they assess an agency that's woefully underfunded, should get their own house in order. That if we're going to be part of a solution, that we should help out more. And how many council officers have taken you up on the veteran resources?
As far as the Valona initiative?
Yes.
It's right now it is in 41 out of 51 council member offices.
So
and right now
10 council members have not even contacted.
And it's a back and forth right now, just get that time scheduled as far as when they want to have that person in there in a recurring way. So right now 41 out of 51 council members have it. 10 we're currently working with, Mr. Chair. Us and the VFW. And we've been tying in with the council finance team too, recognizing this is a contract from, so we're all working together to try to get to 51 out of 51.
You answered about 13 of my questions because we just assessed. I'm looking at it. I'm reading what my scripted questions have been. I don't want to waste your time or anybody else's time. But how did DVS implement call tracking software to monitor when calls are returned and to track when a case is closed?
So I'll start this now. Ask Donnie to help me out with finishing this. We already track these things as far as using it's the mainline call volume report we use that flows into, our system.
The software, though? Do you have the software?
I'm going to ask Donnie to kind of help me out with this.
Donnie Smalls. While DVS does not currently have an automated call tracking software, we do monitor response time performance.
Okay, but would that help if we had it?
Yes.
Okay, so it would make because you don't have a lot of personnel. Like we don't have. I think many of the DVS employees are doing a lot of different things, and they're just one. So that software, if you could look at that and Commissioner find out and ask the council or in your budget and put that in there because that would help.
And I want to be clear, right now it's manually inputted as far as when that person's made that first call to us. That's what we're talking about as far as bridging that gap. But right now it's manually something. So we capture when someone does call. Let's say someone calls on a night or on a weekend or a time when we don't have some man on the phone. We capture that, and then once we do have the person come back.
I know, but if we had
but it's manually being captured.
But if we had software that actually would log it, and I think and then even remind. DVS about it's been 20 days or whatever, and you just remind that person, it would help follow through and follow up. So I think anything again, this is what we need in the way of resources. And so you did so the report recommended that DVS should audit its internal processes through a continuity of care lens in order to track its services in a holistic way. It recommended DVS create veteran profiles for veteran DVS encounters, which you said you just did.
Mm-hmm.
So has DVS created a veteran profiles that were recommended in the report? You've done that.
The new Vet Connect, yes, the combined arms iteration of Vet Connect now.
And what does that look like?
It's more of the idea of being able to have an account, so a username login for you when you log on as a community member who is going to be using Vet Connect, and that you can always come back to it so we can be able to access that profile. The prior system didn't do that. The prior system that asked you, they wanted to say, okay, give me your phone number, give me some basics, and then it would not create a profile though. You had to, every request was starting from scratch from the veteran's perspective, whereas now a veteran who will have worked with us for say years can look back and say, okay, well, I can see everything a part of my journey working with DVS, and we can too.
So in the report, we recommended relationships building and collaboration with groups. And how has DVS improved its relationship building efforts since the report card was issued?
I think what's tough about that is I push back on the premise that things were broken. I think of it as more so that we've been on a constant arc of improvement as far as reaching out and engaging different communities. And so since the report was published, it's 265 events that we've attended since it was published. You've had 2 community engagement community engagement sessions since the report was published. We should do 3 to 5 per year. You've had, multiple. There was a major summit that we had at Citi Field. We had a Veterans Film Festival. We've had for record attendance for our most recent Veterans Day breakfast, which is 659 folks attended. There have been just various other things. And I'll throw to Nicole too to add to this as far as just the penetration.
Thank you, Chair Holden and City Council members. I'm Nicole Orlando. So for us also, separate of just the events that Commissioner mentioned, what approach we have taken is focusing on the employment, entrepreneurship, and education space. So make sure we're really targeting those areas. And separate of any events that we've attended, spoken on, collaborated with, we have facilitated 25 unique employment events, 12 unique entrepreneurship-based events, 10 education-focused events, and we've also facilitated 2 TAPS courses on base at Fort Wadsworth.
And there's more we can add to this, but it's this idea, this is since the report, so this is, for us, we are continuing to do what we do, but with just the volumes continuing to increase with this. It's not necessarily.
So what have you, going to all these events, what have you learned in the way of, have you learned sort of new areas that you weren't aware of, that, and the feedback that you're getting from some of the older veterans.
And I
let's
want
say.
to add, you've got the survey also, as far as the veteran military community and family survey, where the top three things, or the things that we have as our direct services, are housing, which is the greatest need in the community. Then claims, which is another one as far as that's helping giving someone economic, money in your pocket. And then employment is something that's come as something where we've seen gaps in the employment ecosystem. We're filling them right now. Those are things that really come from interacting with the community and just constantly taking in all this input. But I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think what we've noticed is that being out there in the community more makes the community feel safer to come to us with other things that they need assistance with. So a lot of the times with the student veterans, we're on campus, we're going to their events, they feel comfortable to come to us and say, hey, I'm graduating soon, I need a job. Or to come to us and say, hey, I was thinking about starting a business, or I may need housing support. So I think it's our presence just gives them that comfort to reach out when they need something.
Yeah, you see more people where it's multiple things. Where they realize you can help me with this. Then it just you folks see all that we've got to offer between us and partners, and are really embracing it.
Yeah, I mean, just if we had more personnel in DVS, we could hire more people to cover some of these community-based organization meetings, and so it's actually it goes with the budget. But because we just how do you go to there could be like 5 meetings a night in each of the boroughs, let's say. And I know you go to all the boroughs, and I don't know where you get the energy, but you do it because every time I call you, you're at some other event. So it's not certainly not noticed. But have you conducted DVS conducted a workload analysis to determine the optimal staffing? Have you ever done that?
We did it before the last hearing, but this goes back to the point where I can't speak directly on what we think the ideal number is. We went through this. That's why I had that part in testimony.
I know,
but we've done it internally.
But I think we need to do it coming on. The beginning in like certainly starting the beginning of the year. If we can assess that and just see what would be an ideal personnel strength to communicate and to follow up with communications and. Because I do hear from some veterans, and it might be the same individuals sometimes, who say that DVS doesn't follow up. I say, well, did you follow up, or did you call them back, or the person didn't know? And you get complaints like that. I mean, that's from the general public, not only veterans. We hear it from in our offices, but I have to take DVS off that list of agencies that. Don't follow up because again, you're a small agency and you're obviously overwhelmed. If, like you said, you've been increasing your services, but yet your budget hasn't increased.
Mr. Chair, I don't think you should take us off the list. We should be held accountable like anybody else we follow.
No, I know, I get that.
Don't take us off that list. There's
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there's not to blame the agency DVS. Necessarily, I think we have to look at the administration, the mayor, and of course the city council administration, who haven't supported DVS like they could have, and that's what this committee has been saying all along, or they should have. With additional positions that we had talked about and hopefully added, you did add some in fiscal year 26. Can you walk us through DVS's recruitment process and the status of the new positions that you've gotten?
I'll say a little bit. I really want Donna and Nicole to be able to get in on this. The larger way that I look at it is our head count is at 50 right now, and we've hired. We have a group that's going to start this coming Monday. Once that group starts, we'll be back to having 6 slots not filled. So, when you get to Monday, you'll be at 44 as far as the total number of folks in the agency. And we're looking at filling those 6 slots. The 6 slots not yet filled. We have 2 housing coordinator seats that we still need to fill. We have the Queens Veteran Support Services seat, or claims coordinator seat for Queens. You've got the Intergovernmental Affairs representative, or the director of IGA. You've got the chauffeur, who a recent person just recently retired, and you have the Vet Connect NYC coordinator. So you've got those 6 slots that we're yet to fill. And then to go back as far as the new needs, to speak to what was added, it was 9 and then 10 added as far as what came from the adopted budget, and a recent addition of a 10th add to the agency. 3 for housing, 3 for the claims team, 1 for outreach, 1 to help just with the barrels as far as barrels coordination for our veterans, 1 for Vet Connect coordinator, and then that senior advisor for operations. So you have those 10 as far as new needs, but really it's about being a spot. We've got 6 more roles that have yet to be unfilled
All
at
right,
DVS.
but have things improved with response times, let's say, because of the extra funding or extra resources?
Absolutely. I'll say it like this, we always say we can do more with more. And one example is, just having a full-time receptionist. If you think about when the council scorecard, the coverage period, we didn't have a full-time receptionist on staff at the time, we do now. And that is, as opposed to it being a mission where, one day be one person, one day be another person, it was constantly revolving between our claims and housing folks, but now having someone full-time. And so that's an example how with more staff, you can just see just stronger performance.
Have you, as DVS, consulted with DCAS or the law department on lawful avenues to increase veteran representation in the agency workforce?
For us, we have to follow city human rights law. So we can't discriminate and say, I'm not going to give you this job because you're not a veteran. At the same time, we do what we can to get these job opportunities out in front of all who would let our community know between what we do and other vehicles.
So we can't say that we can't say that veterans are preferred.
Yeah, I can't. It's
can't do that, but we could certainly have the person interviewing ask the question, "Are you a veteran?" Which we do. We have that law, but
I can add that law. That's for intake. So if I'm going to be served by, I'm filling the initial intake form to receive services from a department. They can ask, "Have you or a member of your household served? We'd like to be contacted by DVS." But we cannot discriminate on the basis of uniform services status. Meanwhile, we're at 34% of the agency is veteran, which is higher than the VA.
No, your agency, but I'm talking about.
Go get it. Sorry, go, yeah.
So we also have collaborated with DCAS in general with increasing the number of veterans in civil service. So in June, DCAS accepted our proposal, which allows applicants who have left New York to go to service to qualify for residency credit, even if they're not located here because they're deployed, to get those credits for civil service.
That's great. That's great. Yeah.
And then in addition to that, what we do
Whose
is...
idea was that? Come on. That was good.
That was Nicole's idea. That was Nicole's idea.
So that's something that we felt we were hearing a lot of stories from veterans who were trying to get down that civil service path, specifically with FDNY, NYPD. And what we felt was there was something more that needed to be done. And we're very grateful to our partners at DCAS who helped us with that. And even in addition to that, one of the hats I wear is our employment lead here. And what we do is to make sure that anytime DVS has open positions or any other city agencies for that matter, we ensure that we're promoting them on social media directly to our veterans and ensuring that our screened and qualified candidates that we work with already on employment are notified about these opportunities and almost matched. And then separate of that, we are a proud SkillBridge partner and VA Work Studies site, which allows active duty service members and veteran students to serve on our team as ancillary staff members.
Can I add one other thing? I feel like the next fight, by the way, as far as if you look at what's ahead, what are we doing as far as our military spouses? We're doing as far as our surviving spouses when it comes to access to city employment. And so that's something you'll see. I pray that we see more of in the days ahead. So beyond just about veterans, but also about those who are the spouses of the vets and those surviving spouses. So yeah.
And then let's talk about digital government. You mentioned in your prior testimony that many of the report card's recommendations relating to digital strategy would be accomplished via the launch of Vet Connect. Now that Vet Connect is online, have you conducted any user testing with older veterans, disabled veterans, or veterans who don't have access to digital literacy? So if so, what user testing has been conducted, and what user testing does DVS plan to do moving forward?
We've really just begun user testing. It's being conducted by our IT team. It's in progress right now, so I don't have a response at this
okay.
time on it. So once we know more, we'll be able to circle back, Mr. Chair. But it's in progress, but it's just started for
But
us.
what have you learned from the first few months of Vet Connect? I mean, just generally.
So right now we're in the process of it launched July of this year. So FY26 launched. We're still improving it, nipping and tucking it because it's a new platform for us. The user experience is a piece that we're working on as far as making sure that the fonts are certain ways, or that there's certain programs located in different places, and so making it as easy as possible for the service providers, for veterans and staff to use. So a lot of it has been user experience related feedback we've been getting as of late.
So, but what feedback have you been getting from people, or even staff? What is? Do you get recommendations from staff?
Right now, I'd say one, and I want to throw to Danae on this, is about as far as having things be located in a convenient place when someone goes through the platform, so it's an organic experience. But yeah.
Yes. And for the housing team, because we monitor so many different areas in housing, that we want to make sure that the data is captured correctly. So we're giving input to our IT team so they can take back to the end users to let them know how to separate each housing category.
Yeah, the old Vet Connect didn't capture all the workflows. And so this is a new one where we can capture all of our workflows from all of our teams.
Yes.
Which is really a game changer.
Does Vet Connect track resolution time?
It
Yes.
does.
Mhm.
Yes.
It does.
I have to flag, though, one thing to point out is depending on the unit, these cases take time. Something can go to the claims team, take a couple of weeks as far as getting that claim submitted. And a lot of that's about, will a veteran get us certain information too so we can help them? But then housing, you could have some cases that take months.
Yes.
And so, and employment too, it could take weeks. It's just, so some of these cases, depending on, these are nuanced. So I just want to call that out. But yes, the new system does track the times, the resolution times.
All right. So, what would you say? I mean, you mentioned 15 pages of testimony, but you mentioned things that you've improved. But what would you say is the biggest change at DVS since the report was issued?
Size of the agency, by far, I'd say that's
Sorry?
the size of the agency. The size, 39 when that report was released, we're at 50 right now as far as the authorized size. I think that's the biggest change. And then other things I'd mention, I'd add the sharing of data with our elected officials as far as our legislative electeds, our council members, our state assembly members, our state senators. We're working through the federal electeds. I think that's a game changer because each of you are community leaders. And so if we have this line of communication with you and then you know who your veterans are, that's powerful. And I think that's a huge change that's occurred since the report.
That's how we should, again, we should communicate on the district, council district level, and really kick it to the council. If your budget doesn't include or excludes your agency from communicating on a regular basis, certainly help from other agencies. And one would be, I would say, the city council should be the first place to look.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we could do so much more on a local level.
I have to say, Mr. Chair, just so we mentioned the size of the agency, we mentioned the data sharing, which I believe is a game changer. I need to call out employment has just been growing just coming into its own as a direct service because we realize that there's so many gaps in the employment ecosystem. We're trying to just sit in and plug them, and that's something that's been a change that's just been kind of evolving in a certain direction. It's been jackknifing.
So you say since the report you've done a good job at DVS in implementing some of the recommendations, what you can do with the budget that you have. Would you say that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that was I have a few questions on that, but I won't ask them now. So, is there anything else that you would like the council to know about DVS's implementation of the report card recommendations before I let you go?
I want to reiterate, this is like a dual strategy for us where we're focusing on today and the future. And so when you look at what we're doing, we're being mindful of the current needs, but also being mindful of, remember, these existential challenges are real. As far as you see me, there are 3 people you don't see. You see Danae, there are 3 people you don't see. How do we get at the identification, or get at this marketing issue, or it's an Amazon HQ2 fight that we're in with other municipalities and states to convince the veterans to live, learn, and work here. So how do we win that? So that dual strategy, I'd say. Another one I mentioned is just that the meta strategy, if you will, is connect, mobilize, empower. Connect, we learn who the veterans are. Mobilize, the veterans learn who we are. Empower, we serve them. And then the last thing I'd ask anyone who's part of this process who sees this to think about is how can you support this? You know, if you're someone who's either in government or if you're someone who's a stakeholder or someone externally looking, okay, how can I get in the game as far as being able to help with any of these synergies, or being perhaps a partner on the referrals, or being able to support in other ways? And so, like I said, all of us owe something to these men and women of the armed forces. So we just ask that this is a team sport, that people be proactive, not reactive, in contributing to the solution.
All right, and I like your testimony, what you said. You're not going to stop it if you got to the national average of self-identifying veterans at, was it 34.3%? We're 10 percentage points behind that national average, which is alarming. And that should be the number one goal of any administration, mayoral administration, city council administration, is to try to get more veterans to self-identify and put that money into communicating with them. Because I said on the back end, and what you had said, is that New York City would be a better place, actually a better, our veterans would get more services from the VA, definitely, if they self-identified and if they knew what was available. And I talked about this so many times because my field was communications in my previous life here, before the council. And I always thought government doesn't communicate very well. Certainly, I think you would agree, the VA, in fact, you said that in your testimony, VA doesn't communicate very well. Their budget is huge, but they don't put money into communications like they should. But that also is New York City is also to blame on that. Mm-hmm. We have tons of services that we don't communicate well with our constituents. So I think, again, it's been a pleasure working with you, Commissioner, and your staff. Like I said, I miss Jason, by the way, Lockman, who's we saw him on the street.
Down the street. His office.
We couldn't get his attention today. We did see him go by on Broadway, and again, he's a friend, and I consider you a friend because of all the great work that you've done, and I certainly support your efforts and hope you stay on as commissioner. That's a little plug that I could say, and I'm outgoing, but I hope you stay and continue the fight. And I want to thank you all, the staff and of DVS. And I would say that the report card wasn't accurate. I would have given you an A+ because of the effort that you've done. And I just see the schedule that your staff and you are, and all the things that you've accomplished. And this is a good document. Your testimony is a good document on the last few years, certainly, and since the report card. And I do agree that the report card, you shouldn't take on something like this to evaluate a very small agency. I know why they picked DVS first, because you were the smallest. So this was a test. They haven't done this, and they took the smallest, and I wasn't surprised at that. I even said, I know why you're picking DVS. But if you're going to do it, you have to do it right. And if you're going to interview 21 stakeholders, there has to be a wide range of stakeholders from different areas that you accurately pointed out that weren't interviewed. And I know I didn't know many that were interviewed. So I wouldn't take that personally, and I wouldn't take it as a knock on DVS. In fact, I think it's more of a knock on this council. But I want to thank you, Commissioner. Again, it's been a pleasure working with you, and thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card. They look like this, with the Sergeant at Arms, and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 3 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, and an update. The hearing topic is an update on implementing recommendations from the City Council Report Card Initiative. Other topics will not be honored, so we will hear all in-person testimony first and then turn to testimony on Zoom. And how many people we have on Zoom so far? None so far, okay. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. I'll now call the first panel. Dr. Urbina Moody, Timothy Pena, and what is it? ENZ? Eric A. Perez. Is that Eric? Okay. Dr. Moody, do you want? Okay. The what? Oh, you want to? Okay, you want to get yourself. Okay, so Mr. Perez, you want to start? Do you want?
Well, I wanted to say that my topic really doesn't have anything to do with what has transpired with DVS or the city council, and I would just, I guess, want to make a short statement about a situation that concerns all veterans and all citizens of the United States of America. So, so I do realize that this is not a topic that is submissible. I did submit it via the testimony email. My name is Eric Andrew Perez. I'm a service-connected, disabled, honorably discharged Marine Corps veteran. I'm a former member or a resident of Borden Avenue Homeless Shelter, so I've been there. I have firsthand knowledge of it. But I wanted to speak to you guys a little bit today about my experience with COVID-19 and the AstraZeneca trials that happened within the Veterans Affairs Administration. So 2020, I was an essential worker at Fresh Direct. I participated in something called the AZD 122 COVID-19 trials at the Veterans Affairs Administration located at 423 East 23rd Street and First Avenue. Subsequent to my participation, after my first dose and second dose, I developed blood clots, severe blood clotting due to my participation in AstraZeneca. Since then, I have developed neurological conditions, migraine headaches, fatty liver disease, and basically I've had to fend for myself within actually bringing federal litigation against AstraZeneca and the Veterans Affairs Administration.
So this was a sponsored VA program.
Correct, sir.
And how did they recruit you?
So basically, I was referred to by the team of my doctors, so my primary care physician within the VA.
And the doctor recommended that you do this testing.
So correct. The only way
Were you compensated by?
No. Well, I mean, we don't really get compensated. I mean, it's kind of like $100 or something like that. But in order for me to participate or go back to work within Fresh Direct as an essential worker, I was required to, I guess, have a form of the COVID-19 vaccine. And since the VA was actually providing my care at the time, they were only providing the COVID-19 vaccine to, I guess, veterans that were 65 and over. So my best bet to actually receive that vaccine was to participate in this study.
And this
Now-
is 2020 that started.
Yes, 2020 is.
That's the beginning of the COVID. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Since then, AstraZeneca has actually not received any type of approval for their COVID-19 product within America, and it has subsequently pulled its COVID-19 vaccine from the world market.
Yeah. How many veterans were recruited? Do you know? Were you with other veterans?
From this facility, I have no information on that. I have actually submitted several Freedom of Information Act requests that have been denied. So the study overall, according to the NIH data, which is actually public information, they have about 32,000 participants worldwide. They have 78, I believe it was 68 facilities within the United States that were actually participating. The zip codes that they actually provide line themselves up with active duty military bases and Veterans Affairs Administration actual buildings.
Yeah.
I've been denied on every single facet of them. They basically just state that they don't want to give me that information due to the fact that it was going to be used for some sort of development of a future product.
Well, I'd like to hear more about this, so I'll give you my contact information after the hearing, and we could somehow. I'd like to learn more about this because I didn't know, and this is something that we should look at: how many veterans were affected by this, and what are some of the negative effects that. I mean, they were testing on veterans, and and I don't know how the VA got involved in this. We need to look at that. So,
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks for
Thank
your
you, sir.
testimony.
Thank you for
Let's
having
connect. My chief of staff's in the back. Maybe you can connect with him after your testimony.
Thank you.
You can sit
All
right
right.
there. Thank you. You ready now, or okay? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Just like,
Yep, I'm Dr. Irvinia Moody, MD, PhD, JD, and MBA, LLC. I want to thank you all for, first of all, being here today. I had a situation where I actually, maybe off the topic, but I'm an active duty military veterans, as well as all honorable services, and also as a first 9/11 first responder. I actually worked with NASA, Tuskegee University, MIT, Harvard, and worked on the first ever CAR T FDA breakthrough for cancer and leukemia and all of that. What happened was I was in a housing situation where I had home invasion. These were gangs that came into the building. I did reach out to Attorney Leela James, and they were aware that the building had been taken over at my property. So they got access to that information, everything that I worked for, done, information, pertinent information. As a result of that, I developed and did work and have my own real estate and all my buildings and things of that nature. So they got access to the buildings, and the police NYPD told me that they're posing as me. I am military and police trained at Seegert. Matter of fact, I spoke to one of the NYPDs yesterday who also trained at Seegert. As a result of that, I also got mislabeled. One of the individuals who mislabeled me at another facility, which the hospital closed down recently, told me, in other words, I told her I worked at NASA, this is going on. She said she documented as these are gangs. And then I told her NASA. So she said paranoid. So because of that, that allowed them to continue to steal money. And she got money off of the work. The FDA approved CAR T that I worked on. So I'm out continuing going to the FBI, CIA, served my country. And people are looking at me like, why are you outside the building? And they're inside living as you. And why didn't the NYPD go inside, find out how they're posing?
what borough was this?
This is Queens and New York.
Have you gone to the DA?
I've gone to everyone. Police reports and everything I have. I have
well,
my
I'll
mail.
get your information.
Okay.
We'll follow through with the Queens DA.
Okay,
whose
and
office is
Manhattan.
very good, and we could put you in touch with
Yeah.
their veterans person too.
Okay, and the Manhattan VA as well, because what happened is, and I know that I'm going to go on this, is that I actually was told by the FBI that, and they also, one of the gang members came on the train, knew when I came on the train, and asked me, am I going to come pick up my mail? So they've been stealing packages and everything of that nature.
So let's because I don't want to get
Oh, yeah.
more
No, I just
information.
wanted to
No, I don't
give
want to have
you-
this public without
okay.
protecting
Got
you first.
you.
All right. So,
Okay, got
all
you.
right,
And
thank
I'm
you.
also going to say this. I am also have my own products and all around the universe, all around the world. I am the daughter of granddaughter of Dr. George Washington Carver, the Peanut Man,
Wow.
and my father Irvin, who did numerous paintings and all of that. But I have my own products and all of that, and I have not connected with these people, but I'm grateful for their services. But I've done my own entrepreneurship and my own work.
All right,
So
great.
thank
Well,
you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony, Timothy.
First off, my name is Timothy Pena. I'm the founder of the Veterans Justice Project, an advocacy organization dedicated to ensuring dignity, safety, and lawful treatment for veterans navigating homelessness and housing transition in our city. I'm also a member of the New York City Continuum of Care as a veteran with lived experience. I wanted to, well, let me do this first. Today, I submit this testimony with urgency and concern at the Borden Avenue Veterans Residence, the only VA-funded grant and per diem transitional housing program in New York City for VA-eligible veterans are living in, but VA-eligible veterans are living in conditions that violate federal GPD policy and, in many cases, their basic rights. Borden Avenue currently houses veterans in a commingled environment with non-veteran residents experiencing active addiction and severe mental illness under the city's MICA, mentally ill, chemically addicted framework. This endangers veterans in our recovery, especially those with PTSD or a history of substance abuse disorder, and undermines the federal intent of GPD as a structured, sober program for stabilization of veterans in transition. Veterans who report violence, drug use, or unsafe conditions are often punished, not protected. Many are removed from the GPD program and therefore disconnected from HUD-VASH permanent housing pipeline, effectively restarting their homeless journey. The exclusion of women veterans from Borden Avenue altogether further illustrates how discriminatory and outdated this model has become. There are no women programs in New York City. There's no place for her to go. There are currently no veterans on the New York City Council. That's not something that we can do about. But this makes it even more imperative that we have a city council who are pro-veteran, who show up and take an active interest into what is happening in this room. I ask this committee to hold further oversight hearings on Department of Homeless Services, who oversees the Grant Per Diem program, and Institute for Community Living. I ask that we separate once and for all the veterans who have earned these VA homeless benefits from those who have not. We see this all the time. Donations come in, donations disappear. These veterans who may not even be veterans. Borden Avenue is a dumping ground for sexual predators because they're far enough away from schools. That's a place that they can put them. They may be veterans, they may not be veterans. But I wanted to,
I know. I've inquired because
we've talked about this
No, but
before.
you made some comments in the past that not all the people that are or the men at Borden were veterans, which we couldn't find anybody that wasn't a veteran. So, I mean, I don't know where we asked obviously a not-for-profit that runs it. We asked the Department of Homeless Services, and we were told they're all veterans there. But I'd like to know if you have any proof, any evidence. We would certainly look at that. As for, I will recommend, based on your testimony today, I will recommend to my successor, whoever that is. We won't know until January, who's assigned to this committee as chair. I will recommend that they do a hearing on Borden.
Thank you.
And then of course you would. If you testified, it would be great. And so, if you were there too, we'd like certainly to hear from veterans who were staying there. That's the best testimony that we can get on what improvements we should make there. I don't believe there should be a Borden Avenue shelter. I think veterans should go right into supportive or affordable housing.
The Samaritan Daytop has a veterans program that's much more successful. It's a sober program. Unfortunately, it's a mental health program as well. So their dollars come because they have
I
a
visited.
MICA
I
program.
visited some of their facilities.
The GPD program is not a MICA program.
Right.
You don't have to have a mental health diagnosis to get access to the GPD program and HUD-VASH.
Right.
And that's what they're telling veterans over at the VA, that
Right.
you have to have you either have to have a drug issue or you have to have mental health because it's a MICA shelter. Also, I just wanted to make a couple of comments on DVS. It's been 40 months since I came to New York City and I walked through their doors in August of 2022. I have seen such an incredible growth from their services, their access to the community. They care about this community. They care about the veterans in the city. I think that the things that they're doing, I just came back from Eric Botcher's office, where there right now is a VFW representative for the first time in 3 years.
That's good to hear. The commissioner sitting right behind you. I'm sure he's glad to hear this.
He's not paying me, so I do want to point out one thing. The GPD program, DHS and ICL are getting $4.6 million in pass-through funding to treat us like crap. And ask Mr. Perez, he won't disagree. I think that there is an opening there for those funds from the VA to go to DVS and have them set up through either someone like Daytop or Catholic Charities, a true veterans grant per diem program, and let them take some of that funding, provide the services that they're already providing for us that we're not getting from these other programs.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thanks to this panel for your testimony. The next panel, Christopher Leon Johnson.
Ready? Thank you, Chair Holden. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you, Bob, for being a great veterans chair for the past, 8 years now? Thanks for being a great 4 years. Okay. I thought you did have 8 years, but thanks for being a great veterans chair. We're going to miss you to City Council. I want to make it clear that I support next year that Mr. Zoran Madani reappoints this as a chair of the Commissioner for Veterans. He did a great job for the past many years. I have a big feeling that Madani is going to try to replace him with probably Yesenia Mata or Cesar Vargas because they helped him get into become mayor. I don't think that should be going that route because I respect those two. I love those two, but they're just too progressive. And what they're going to do is they're going to help out the city shifting more money out of the Veterans Committee and give it to the various other agencies like immigration, and that's going to be a disaster. I want to keep it clear right now that I think that this is a committee where you guys can't do a lot because the mayor's office don't respect the veterans, and the city council speaker doesn't respect the veterans at all. She hates the veterans. I think she loves more of these corrupt homeless nonprofits and immigration-based nonprofits more than the veterans-based organizations. My thing is that the way you got to fix this is by really having a speaker, a proper speaker, probably next year. Hopefully, he's next year's Menon. Make it where that she prioritize the veterans and make it where that they get more money to their budget. This speaker right now failed the veterans. Of course, they're gonna get every year. The city council gonna give them a bad report because they always want to find ways to say, okay, how we gonna make it where we don't get these people the veterans committee, the veterans agencies, the money they deserve to get is by burying them. Because they gotta find a way to not give one agency the money and give it to the immigration based nonprofit like the NYIC and the homeless based nonprofits like WIN. So look, I know there's a lot that this committee can't do. Veterans affairs is usually federal, but at least thank you for the city council for having a veterans committee here in the city. At least the veterans could actually speak here, unlike upstairs on the 18th floor and the 20th floor in the state assembly, state senate, we gotta be invited to speak. But I mean, I know next year probably maybe your predecessor Phil Long as the chair. Hopefully, you hope that make that happen. But you gotta work with the speaker. Hopefully, be a moderate speaker because you never know what's gonna happen in the next 3 to 4 weeks. They'll be up at the Working Families Party, who is the main people that is opposed to really opposed to veteran affairs, and the DSA might find a way to prevent Julie Mann becoming speaker. And if that was to be a success and Hudson become the speaker, we're going to be back at it another 4 years with this. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Thanks for all your testimony over the years. And it was a pleasure to work with you and talk to you and keep going and keep holding people accountable. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, brother. If there's anyone else in the room who has not had the opportunity to testify but wishes to do so, please raise your hand. You want to? Okay, come on up, Jason. Thank you. You got to fill out a card, though. Yeah. Jason is a former member of the DVS and a good friend. So
yes, thank you.
Disclaimer. Go ahead.
And thank you everyone for being here today. I did not prepare any remarks for this testimony today, but I just wanted to use this time to thank Chair Holden for serving on this committee and for as long as he has, and to continue to be the voice for the veteran community here in New York. I know personally the challenges that Chair Holden has had over the years to get any legislation passed in the city to serve our community. And I know that those challenges were consistent, but his perseverance to continue to push through and continue to put the veteran community on the forefront of the dialogue with the many different discussions that City Council has to have about the many different cohorts that make the melting pot of New York City what it is, a priority in the city. And I just wanted to say, on behalf of the veteran community, thank you so much for your years of service.
Thank you for your service, and thank you for your efforts with DVS. And I know you keep in touch with the commissioner a lot, and you guys are good friends. But it was a pleasure to work with you when you were at DVS, and I hope we'll see each other when I'm out of the council. That we'll still meet, and I'll still attend some of the meetings. I hope to see you, and I hope to see the commissioner. But I just want to say this has been an honor to be the chairperson of this committee and to work with such great individuals as Jason and certainly the commissioner and his staff. And I worked with Councilmember Vallone too, on a number of initiatives when he was certainly in the council and then beyond. And he was a great advocate, and it's great that we're remembering some of his programs in his honor. But again, I can't tell you how this was the committee that I wanted, and I got to serve. I don't know if we moved the needle. We didn't move the needle as much as I would have liked, but we did try, and we did get additional funding. We got additional resources, but we haven't reached our goal. And I think the commissioner, though, and his agency has done and certainly when you were there, you've done, what you could do, and then some. And it's just the attitude of DVS is with this commissioner and with his staff that I think have defined the agency, and certainly we will get more in the next council. I'm sure of it because of the foundation we have laid in this council. So I want to thank everyone and thank you, Jason, for your testimony.
Yes,
I did see you on Broadway. We didn't get a chance. You were crossing the street right in front of us. We couldn't react fast enough to.
Well, I just want to say that given that I have this wonderful opportunity to be regional administrator at HUD, I will continue to carry the torch that you and Commissioner Hendon has carried for the veteran community for so long, and it's an honor to have learned so much from both of you. And
so we're expecting bigger and better things from you in Washington. All right.
I hope so one day.
Thank you all, and again, last call for anybody else who wants to testify. Nobody. Anybody on Zoom that hasn't been heard? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. This hearing is adjourned.